You've taken all my love. I just wanna feel your touch, yeah. Oh, it's one night together. Baby, take me higher. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go. I can see your face in a crowd of millions. No one can take your place.
off high above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. No, I need you to see right, but we go low.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking, but we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now I just be breathing, doing nothing, I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now I just be breathing, doing nothing, I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go
no secrets. Secrets. 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 No secrets.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm in awe of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade them. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
get tangled in your lies. Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup MENA Close Qualifier, the Local Heroes Close Qualifier for the Middle Eastern region. My name is Yumi. I'll be joined by Will Deity as we bring you through all the action. And listen, we're only going to be able to catch as much as we can so far through this group, but I think most importantly, we're diving into a region that has a lot of teams that are kind of budding and hoping to sort of cement a little bit of a place for themselves, especially when they get a chance to fight off against some of the top tier. How are we feeling coming into this close qualifier, Will Deity?
I'm honestly very happy to see the fact that they're getting an opportunity like this, right? You often don't see that sort of caliber of tournaments within the region, and when there are some opportunities like this, you often just see some of the best players. Like you mentioned, budding teams, budding players, they all come together, and it is just a treat to watch oftentimes.
Yeah, I think one of the exciting things about the Middle Eastern region is that we've actually had a few players that have looked to sort of stand out as time has gone on, and they've never really been able to sort of create a place for themselves. We've seen some players escape the region to a certain degree, go to international waters. I think most notably, some of the Israeli players have been able to sort of breach into that and actually permeate even to Tier 1 Counter-Strike today. So for a lot of these guys, they're hoping to sort of create that chance for themselves as well. And you can only hope that they're able to impress enough, and a stage like this is kind of perfect for that. let's dive into our bracket as we look at how the day is going to somewhat develop. Of course, we have 4 teams coming into this close qualifiers, but it is a double elimination bracket, so it does mean that you have an opportunity, even if you fail in this opening round, to still go through into that grand final and get your place within the Esports World Cup. And those matchups are going to be GG How, VC Esports, No Chance, and Onyx Ravens. And there are definitely 2 teams that stick out.
Yeah, I think you would probably look at this and say, hey, GG How and Onyx Ravens are the ones that really stick out. But to me, personally, VC Esports is the one that is really, really scary, especially because they just have so much individual potential where I'm really expecting them to be throwing an upsets, especially because if you actually look at their run in this tournament, the way they've gotten to these semifinals, they've beaten some really incredible teams within their region that have previously really done some damage locally, right? So it's scary regardless of what team you're facing in this.
Yeah, no, that definitely it could be a concern for anybody facing off, and it's a good thing that you bring up VC Esports first, because you touch on GG How and the Onyx Ravens to a certain degree. I mean, GG How are going to have to face VC Esports in that very first opening bout. It's the game that we're going to actually get the privilege to look over. So as our bracket develops, we'll have to see who ends up in that lower bracket first. You're kind of expecting that in terms of name brand value and the chances that these guys have had. You know, if we're thinking about the RMRs, for example, you know, this is, I guess, the closest comparison that we could bring to these close qualifiers, because that's the most the Middle Eastern region really gets, is maybe the major as a chance, and then the occasional tournament that crops up. You know, the Onyx Ravens actually looked quite compelling in that and almost actually qualified to the major, but were sort of shot short by a team that actually couldn't even attend the major in the first place, or couldn't attend those RMRs in the first place. So yeah, I think both those teams are who we're looking towards. And when we go into this matchup, I think there are definitely players that are going to be surprising that they're even on this GG How roster. Because, I mean, some of the names on VC sure are going to be quite notable, some of them even internationally so, but I think it's been it's kind of a wild ride, and maybe even a resurgence for some players that are hoping to create a chance for themselves under GG How.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because GG How, you know, they've gone through that international route. They've got Kirby coming in as a stand-in. They've got FaZe as well. This entire stack, like, yes, heading into this tournament and heading into this match, like, sure, GG How have that organizational brand value going for them, but the problem is that within this tournament, they've actually been struggling quite a bit. And, you know, I kind of want to bring some attention to the matches that we didn't get to see, or at least the vast majority of people didn't get to see, because they were significantly struggling against some Pakistani stacks, some stacks that had a mixed lineup of like players within the Middle East region, and you know, they're not particularly as accomplished players. Now, I remember that they were playing against a stack which had like Art King, Zaid, and Sharpshooter, which, you know, credit to them, they're pretty strong players within the region, but they don't have like amazing team experience or anything. And if you're looking at a map like Ancient that they played against GG How, they were able to get 11 rounds off of GG How. So honestly, heading into this type of matchups, I'm kind of scared for GG How.
Now, are there any maps in particular that you're kind of scared of GG How going against VC Esports on? I know in the open qualifiers, GG How was banning Mirage and VC were banning Vertigo, so I'm not expecting to see either of those 2 maps, but are there any that in particular you're looking at as maybe being threats for VC in this matchup?
Oh, threats for VC, that's actually a difficult one, like, because I'm personally looking at the threats that we can see for GG How, right? They've been very comfortable on Mirage, they've been comfortable here and there, but Ancient, that was the one that really struck at me. I was like, there is no way we're seeing such a team-oriented map go the way that it did before.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a weird conversation to have when GG How are a core, but they're not really operating with the in-game leadership. I don't even know who's really even calling on this team, given that they've gone through several different iterations. They bring different experiences from some of their other rosters that they've come through on. So I'm kind of flying a little blind here because I think the VC guys have only really started plugging away recently. So it'll be an interesting conversation. It'll be interesting to see which maps we end up on. But we see Mirage, Vertigo, both out of the pool, so that sort of maintains from the open qualifiers. And Anubis, Overpass, and Ancient as our 3 maps within this pool. And there's a lot of, I mean, Anubis and Ancient are both maps where, just in terms of raw firepower, you can sometimes just overturn a result.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, Overpass, I think it's still going to be very, very tricky for VC because, to be honest, I've personally seen that within the MENA region, it's going to be really hard to really find teams that are prioritizing Overpass, so you're not going to be able to find that quality of Overpass to practice against, right? But other than that, I mean, playing Anubis, playing Ancient, these are almost specialties of this region, and it's also on the flip side something that GG How have personally struggled against. They've struggled against stacks. They've not really been able to show full composure, and I don't personally blame them. I mean, obviously they are, like, brand value aside, they are playing with missing pieces, right? They didn't have a 5th. They brought Caribbean, and then they don't have Davkos to boot as well. That obviously shakes things up a little bit, especially when you're talking about maps that are more and more team-oriented. Now, you know, I say that, and that sounds a little contrary to my point of Overpass, but I think I do still have enough faith in the individuals of GG How to be a little overwhelming on Overpass.
Yeah, I think one of the core things about these maps is that they're all going to be very, very adept at making good mid-round decisions. You know, I think when I'm thinking about how rounds break down on Ancient, Anubis, or Overpass, there's a lot of play you get between bouncing between bomb sites, you know, probing individually, and getting successful lurk plays off. So that's actually where I'm leaning in favor of GG How. If I want these players with experience, I'm looking at players like Issa, you know, who was one of the, I guess, one of the breakout players at a certain point to actually get out of the region and have those international chances. Looking at Fozy, that's just been farming in China until recently, and now Rare Adam, like the new Rare Adam, are putting up a pretty good fight against the Mongols, which is strange to see. I'm thinking about Kjerby, one of the youngest major winners on this team, I guess in CSGO's history. I'm looking at those 3 as, listen, if you're gonna make plays, these are the guys that I'm expecting to make plays when rounds break down. And I imagine several of them are, because VC are going to sort of thrive in a little bit of that chaos. They've got Deos, and that guy just pugs to no end. He's winning FPL seasons when there are other, like, more substantiated pro players. You know, Deos has been on, like, 2 teams, and he ain't been on them very long. This guy knows how to pug. He knows how to be in that chaotic scenario. He's the guy I'm looking to battle the 3 titans on GG How.
I think chaos and individual brilliance will probably be the big underlining around this entire game, right? These are maps that really thrive in the mid-round. These are sets of players that thrive in the mid-round. And obviously, when you're looking at endemic players from the region, where they're kind of forced to have more Counter-Strike time being spent within pugs rather than structured Counter-Strike, versus a team that is fielding stand-ins, that is fielding last-minute contingencies. That is what it's basically going to boil down into. And, you know, it's interesting that you talked about Deos, because that pugging potential, you bring that in with Javi's pugging potential, Carlito being one of the best riflers within the region. All these 3 things combined, I think this match will just be a treat to watch, purely based off of individual brilliance on both teams.
Yeah, and I think as well, if there's anybody that's watching for especially any teams, that if we're thinking about local heroes, like the champion of the I guess the Middle East or the Saudi Arabian region to a certain degree, it has been weirdly the Falcons, but the Falcons were even knocked out for European qualifications, so they won't be there. There are actually Saudi Arabian players that you could root for on this VC team. And listen, I'm not going to pretend like these are the youngest bucks, the freshest fish in the ocean. This is a very old VC squad if we're thinking about up-and-coming players or sort of new opportunities for these guys. I think they're dabbling, but they're players with some history, with experience. There aren't going to be any slouches to these GG How guys. And I can only hope that, even though Havoc or Javi, from my understanding, is now like an FPV drone operator or pilot, living in the United Arab Emirates. This guy is you know, dipping his toes back into Counter-Strike, and he's been very successful in some of the local ventures that he's gone through with Carlito alongside of him. So I'm hoping there's a little bit of team interplay between those guys, that Deos can just get some of the crazier rounds together, and then we can actually see some of the impact that players like Rooney or Vark can actually have when we dive into that server, because I think the head-to-head, it is skewed towards GJ Hao just based off of merit, but I think it's probably a closer matchup than it would look on paper.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, especially if you look at the recent history of GG Hao, right? It's not been all clean. But the big question mark for me personally are those Saudi Arabian players that you talked about. Because Vark and Rooney, although they are veterans in the sense that they've been around Counter-Strike for a very long time and they've been competing locally, they've unfortunately they haven't been established for long enough where I would have a lot of faith in them, and that is where the big X factor is going to be. Unfortunately, GG Hao, at least on paper, the fact that Vark and Rooney aren't established, that's purely why I would still lean towards GG Hao a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely experienced players on both ends of the server, but some of them have accomplished a little bit more. We are going to be diving back into this game just after well, we're going to be diving into this game very quickly, in fact. I had a little bit of information, but we are going to be starting quite soon. That did seem to be a small technical hiccup, but I think we've sorted it out now. So now we're getting into this game. We're going into this first map in Anubis. This is a very T-sided map. This is where I am expecting a bit of a skewed result, depending on who starts on that T-side. It probably will be GJ Hao, given that it's VC's pick within this series. Are there any plays that you're fond of on Anubis that you actually want to see either team decide to flow into?
I would personally say that this entire game plan is going to come off the back of mid-rounds and for both teams, which is why we're probably going to be seeing both teams going into like these very mid-round, late-round heavy plays, and that's probably for the best for either squad, right? Because information is going to be lacking on both sides of the spectrum, and we're going to get to see that in just a moment, Michael, because the game is now live.
Yeah, diving into our first map of the Esports World Cup MENA close qualifiers. We're looking for our local heroes to attend this Esports World Cup in Riyadh. It's VC Esports and GG Hao on this first map in Anubis. And VC starting CT, getting instantly destroyed. There's that Puggin star that you're hoping for on Deos, immediately hitting the deck.
Yeah, and that does open up opportunities on the A-bomb side as well. Straight into it with the bomb. Numbers dialed. And VC, not quite locked out just yet, because they do have the opportunity to come in from all angles. There is still a mid-duel that they need to get past. It is still going to be a bit of a slower retake. Vital, as soon as he falls now, all of a sudden, it's opened up the round a little bit. But it is still a 3-on-3. Issa getting quite a bit of control, and that does make things a little bit harder. Popping off shots with the Glock. They're not getting Rooney off the defuse, and that could be problematic. No, he's off of it. KRB will make sure he's going to keep him honest, and Vark simply has no time, and GG Hao with the first.
Oh my days, that round was already a little bit all over the place. I mean, the initial idea from GG Hao was very one-track mind, you know, get the kill in mid, transition to the A-bomb site, but everybody spreads to fan out and cut off rotations, and VC, I mean, none of them group up together. We've got a player pursuing from the flank in A-main. We've got one deep spawn, one coming out through camera. There is zero trade potential. It all comes down to winning your fight, and VC failing in that. You know, even though they had Rooney on that bomb, it just wasn't enough space in the end for him to stick that defuse, even though he had the kit. Very, very close. I mean, honestly, quite a close shave considering GG Hao won a majority of those fights. But going in with a second round force buy, VC are hoping to overturn after losing that pistol round. But nice due diligence so far here from GG Hao. Some standard map control utility. They'll lurk smoke towards A-main. They'll push the second player over that direction. But they've gravitated a third player over towards B. They've stuck with this setup.
Ooh, what is that?
A hell of a shot from Javi. Barely a crack.
Yeah. A hair's width to find the head of Mini. Look at it from his perspective. He is wondering what the hell just hit him. Carlito does get a little bit overeager, and that costs him 95 points of health. a hefty price to be paying, but certainly not as hefty as the one that Mini had to pay with his life. Mid-round, mid-control. 45 seconds to go, and as the timer starts to tick down, the pistols just keep on becoming more potent as they keep funnel into them. Ooh, Deagle shot from Vark, and he's quickly going to recede into passivity, waiting for his teammate to chime in. Issa needs to try and keep things clean, but things are still very, very messy. Eventual control of the bomb site, 25 seconds to go, but at least they've gotten the Sharks off of their back. All about holding on for the retake now.
Yeah, this time not splitting up, not going for these ambitious flanks. They are trying to trade things out, but GG How have a much better position to be in, and they don't have to worry about a kit either, nor any utility here on VC.
Oh, AK recovered. That's at the price. Audio information. Havoc! That is so clean, but they still need to get past the veteran that is KRB. Quickly getting on the defuse. Not really easy for KRB to try and interrupt this, but it's out in the open, and 2 kills for the man will mean 2 rounds for GG How.
Yeah, I mean, a world of a difference it would have made if somebody had a kit there for VC. KRB was kept at bay in that final fight, but Carlito didn't have the HP to trade, and just sticking that bomb, I mean, KRB wasn't going to fluff those lines. He had the full 10 seconds to play off of, and he played it bearing that in mind, understanding that that wasn't going to be something that he had to be too concerned about. But that was a lot of damage. That was a very expensive round for GG How. They got rocked and rolled by that investment round from VC. So even with all their caution, still put into a very trying position.
Oh yeah. I mean, coming down to the 1 versus 2 already is such a win in my book for VC. Pretty good stuff, but now they do have to play a bit of a throwaway round. Now there are Deagles in the mix, a couple sets of Kevlar as well. If they can exhibit some of the one-shot potential that we saw in the previous round, then hey, maybe we can still have a conversation. 3 players postured very aggressively. It is a bit of a firing gallery, though. I mean, that range certainly doesn't do the pistols any favors.
Trying to leverage these longer range fights. And sure, the Deagle can still rock a few heads from that range, but your margin for error is much larger on the rifles. Don't have to be quite as sharp. You can always adjust. And after finding a few players pushed through B and them not fully clearing that out, they decide to send it in towards this A-bomb site instead. Rooney, maybe a little unfamiliar with one of those angles, but gets his head rattled a little. Vark, a solid shot, but this is a trying battle. KRB not finding a lot on the damage exchange, and now it's KRB and Issa left to close out this round. Both are tagged already, and there's a Havoc recovered AK. A flash as well, that'll take KRB off the line, and they line up, but he can't quite convert on the spray. Issa is well traded by Vark up close, and they have more than enough time to get this bomb defused. They come in with less in this round, but they still pull it over. GG How.
Yeah, remember when I said it was a bit of a throwaway round? I think GG How was feeling a bit more generous than I thought. Vark, though, 4 kills. Man, that was beautiful stuff all across the board. Just capitalizing on the fact there at the end that they had low HP. Confidence in the Deagles, confidence in the MAC-10. Very, very good stuff. And that does kind of throw a spanner in the mix for GG How, because remember, they lost quite a bit of control in their economy when KRB was put into a 1 versus 2. And then straight off the back of that, then they lose the round. So pistols, AK thrown into the mix, KRB with a Galil, a very mixed bag of, dare I say, traits.
Yeah, bottom of the barrel in terms of the arsenal here for GG How. Might have won 2 straight, but you're right on the money. I mean, so much damage done to their funds. Somehow I think a team named VC know how to manage theirs. See how Vark does on this AWP, holding in from camera, just hoping to catch a player venturing into the mid window, but Cozy up close, blowing that smoke, and Ace actually caught him, but Vark, what on earth? How has he gotten away with that? A quick peek before that smoke blooms, and then the Deag pulled out. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, remember when I said Vark and Rooney were question marks? I'm going to quickly replace that with an exclamation mark because that is a nutty start from Vark.
That is absurd.
Still a chance for GG Hao, though, to maybe crawl back into this round. Carlito has not really been active on the server just yet, but a quick little lineup does mean that he gets at least one and some change on top of it. A quick tap of the bomb, but also a quick pull of the trigger from Mark. Scoreline tied.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great little showcase here for Vark already. Some, I mean, back-to-back 4Ks. One in a round that was critically important in breaking GG Hao's back, and he does it a second time over. You know, that was a GG Hao force buy that he dismissed to look like a full-on eco, and that's not even the easiest job when you're on the AWP. That's why maybe he switched to the Deeg. Knew he was in for a world of hurt. And make no illusions, we're trying to make this argument, this case, that VC, GG Hao, could be quite a close game, and that is certainly the case. And so far, that proves to be the case. But I think, in terms of expectation, GG Hao are expected to go through into the upper bracket and remain there, at least for this opening round. Wonder how quickly we can see that expectation just burst into flames, because right now, VC are looking like they took a couple of rounds to power up, but now that they're there, players are just coming in with 4Ks left and right.
You see that spray from Deos onto unarmored players, and you already know that this man grinds FPL. Like, that is basically where you learn that.
He wasn't hunting them. He wasn't hunting them. They came to him. But they dared.
Just sit down. Gotta memorize the spray. He just has his eyes closed and he's just virtually thinking about the spray pattern. You do see a gun round now, though. GG Hao already being pressured straight off the back of these first couple of rounds. And remember, we talked about how the T side was probably going to be yielding more dividends for either team. But GG Hao starting on it and already suffering a bit of a loss. That is very scary. Kirby, though, ready for the second contingency that's in play in A main. 4v5. Issa continues to add some more sweetener to the deal. And Carlito is trying to be a little aggressive to try and equalize the numbers, but no, with that much of a deficit, it's going to be very hard. And now he's fighting for his life? No, not for very long. Vark, the unexpected start, now forced to save that AWP.
This is a very different look here from GG Hao. We saw him take a very measured, slow approach to several of the rounds, and now everyone's taking fights. You know, we're challenging in from dark early, we're playing into A main independently. You know, KRB whisking away that first kill was probably that first domino that inspired the rest of the squad to go and take their own respective fights. And VC get caught. They lose out on their duels, and you know, just as the duels can give, you could also be the one, unfortunately, giving to your opponent.
That was literally just one of those rounds where Kirby's like, no way, I'm better, I just need to go take that fight. And, you know, he wins it, but it was still a little bit risky. I'm not sure how much that can be replicated. And he will finally get his first kill, though, onto the saving mark. I love to see that it's already very contentious, like straight off the bat. It's always a little scary sometimes in these qualifiers. Like, you might be worried, like, hey, it could be a one-sided game, something along those lines, but no. That is not what we have on the table right now.
Yeah, especially when you think about some of the players that journey into the Middle Eastern qualifiers. You know, some of the mercenaries of the EU side just end up on these mixed squads and honestly doing quite well. Sometimes you do worry that there will be a bit of a skill gap, but right now it seems, like you said, very contentious. Now, Fozzy did get his hands on an AWP, courtesy of hounding down Vark in that previous round, but will be contested on that big green. I think very important for players like Fozzy to show good form, considering his form in Asia and China looks impeccable, but that region also probably doesn't have the largest pool of AWPers to pull from.
Oh yeah. Definitely not. Now, interestingly enough, we did see a very scattered play from GG How in the previous round, but now they've gone back to the measuring cup. Taking a chill, slowly playing to set up the mid-round. It's about to materialize, though. 2 players coming in from Connector, or rather 3. 2 from A main. Havoc firmly gripping onto that M4 because he is anticipating a push very soon. 40 seconds on the clock. Vark is becoming part of the conversation as well, Michael.
Javi moving into straight fight in dark, and he catch them throwing Molotovs. Mini was just another victim, and they're scared to re-challenge. They're scared to trade. Fozy didn't want to offer up his life for free. They wanted to keep that second prong, but now they're just whittled down to 2 remaining players. Fozy finding a quick flank, and Issa as well blindsiding Vark on that AWP. It's Rooney that's left, but he can't stop this plant. Fozy can start to punch in those digits, and they're starting to piece it all together. They're ready to double swing, and they go and commit straight to it. It looked like VC were going to shut down this sight hit, but GG How bailed themselves out.
Yeah, Havoc's initial couple of kills, that should have been everything, right? Especially because there wasn't a whole lot of time in the bank either. We're going into a bomb site with 40 seconds remaining. Havoc gets the first 2 kills, but then things just started falling apart. I'm honestly unsure how GG How managed to pull it through, but the fact that they also do it with 2 players alive at the end when they lost 2 from the get-go is a little bit surprising. And now, VC, they're going to start to feel the pressure a little bit once again. Maybe Vark's antics at the start of the game might have bailed them out a little bit, but GG How, they will be striking back with full force. Replicating what Vark did in the first few rounds, that will be very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, incredibly taxing and honestly an unhealthy expectation probably.
I mean, like, kill with the op and then like just spamming them with a deagle to get 2 more, like
I think it was
that
like a
doesn't
collateral
happen.
headshot.
Yeah,
but
that doesn't happen often. I say that doesn't happen often, but collateral headshot with a deagle coming right up from Happy. Ooh, Rooney, no. I do have a bit of a bias to whoever's wielding the Zeus, but it's still kind of a doable round with Deos and Var getting a kill apiece. Surprisingly enough, GG How unable to hold on to their horses when the economy isn't looking all that great from VC. Now, Carlito and Deos, they're still quite low in terms of health, so it could still go awry. Kirby and Fozy, they've got to hold on. Quick tap of the bomb, but that just allows Carlito to thin the gap. Kirby, a 1-on-2, and they know exactly where he is with 30 seconds, Michael.
Yeah, just hiding inside of the smoke is Deos. Kirby waiting for that phase, and he'll find the headshot immediately. Will he piece it together in time? Vark is slowly encroaching on his position, and that recovered AK will be enough. Against pistols, GG How capitulate once again, and VC have pulled another one out from underneath them.
I don't even know how they keep doing it with just the pistols. I mean, we're 8 rounds in. Vark has 4 deaths and 13 kills. All it takes is for the casters to point out that a performance won't be replicable, and it will be replicated immediately.
It's like, yeah, just, you call me out? I don't know, I get a weird premonition.
It's like the opposite of a caster's curse. It's a caster's blessing.
Just say, he can't hit 30. And then he'll hit 30.
I mean, to do that, he'll have to get 17 more kills, which, to be honest, is a little ambitious, but ambition is the theme of Counter-Strike anyway, so we're always hopeful.
Yeah, I could only wish that people talked about my performance and their, high expectations of me. Maybe I'll do better. But VC have done a solid enough job already. 4-4, and they've got a way better buy than GG How, but to full execute on this A bomb site. They had 3 gravitated into this location, though, but the entries are immaculate, and Vark can't handle his AWP in time. This should be, I mean, traditionally would be a save call, and with Carlito falling on the flank, Havoc has a lot to think about.
This is a completely new leaf being turned by Mini within this round, because he was sitting on 1 kill, and even that was off the back of an exit. He was really struggling to find his footing in the series, but he quickly turned that around. Couple entries didn't hurt anybody except VC.
Now, the greater concern... Yeah, sure, VC were on rifles, fine, whatever. The greater concern is them on pistols.
Yeah.
Every
You just
round
see
has come down
tumbleweed
to...
rolling across. You see the cowboy weapons come out.
They start hearing that god-awful, I don't know, wind whistle.
The
Yep, that. They know they're in for a world of hurt. And I can only... The thing is, the rounds that have looked the best so far for GG How has been when they've played confidently and taking fights. And, you know, against pistols, that can actually be your downfall very often. It's probably why they've played a more contained style, maybe a little bit more sort of map control dependent. But you almost can't be too scared of them. You do have the better weapons, in theory. But I think they've been somewhat traumatized with how the game has started against these pistols.
Yeah, I don't even blame them. They've basically just been conditioned now. I will say this, though. It often feels like when they're playing against pistols, they're leaving players on islands. Like, I would really prefer seeing, like, duos or trios heading into areas. Like, you often still just, on the extremities of the bomb site, or on the extremities of the T-side control areas, you would just see them have players solo. Like, we saw Kirby nearly get a new haircut there from the Deagle. It is a much safer round this time around, though. 45 seconds to go. Mini. They're probably just seeing these Eagles missing right now and wondering, like, wait, are we playing against the same players? Like,
Why were we scared in the first place?
how are we getting more than a 150 millisecond budget to kill them?
Well, from consistent 1v1s, basically, caused by pistols, to 4 alive for GG House. So they may have battled their demons now that we're entering the final stages of this half. And is there much left in the tank for VC in that regard? You know, we saw some great multi-kills from Vark so far on the CT effort. I think every round that VC have so far can be attributed to a multi-frag from someone, whether it's Deos on his 4K versus Glocks, or Vark back-to-back 4Ks from pistols to orbs.
I'm pretty happy, though, that VC have been able to grant themselves at least a bit of a margin of error, because if they weren't able to get those rounds with the pistols and things like that, you would see them pigeonholed on the T side, where they simply don't have enough of a budget to even try and come back into the game, even if things are going a little bad.
Yeah, you do need that leeway. They've granted themselves a bit of space as well in this round. They are majority against standard issue pistols, but not missing a beat. Expecting some of the re-aggression here from VC. And like you were sort of mentioning, playing together, so that even if the worst does strike, there will be trades. They only leave Mini on his lurk, but he's doing a sound enough job, and now we'll even finish off business. A 7th round found here for GG How as we approach this final round of the half. And, you know, 4, it doesn't feel like it quite cuts it. 5 on CT is kind of the ideal, or the target that you're aiming for. So VC on this last investment, I really hope that they come in with something a little bit more unusual, because if they allow GG How to just continuously take map control, I think GG How have warmed up into that strategy and are ready enough to execute on it fully in this final round.
We'll see whether or not VC can extend some of the leeway they've been able to build for themselves up off the back of pistols. M4s this time around. Slightly lacking util. Molotovs aren't going to be part of the equation, but firepower surely will. A smoke is the only thing obscuring a fight. Vital. Volley to the back of the bomb site. Ooh, Vark, he kind of botches that spray, and not having your weapon out Havoc. No, that is a big misstep in Kirby. It's a very labored spray that still does lead to a kill onto Havoc. Now, Deos and Roni, they can still definitely get something done, especially with one of the star players on the other side having as little HP as he does. A quick change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, they've got free A space. Even though the Deus was trying to clear things out towards that A bomb site, you know, quick smoke down camera, and with Ace's deep position, they can plant for heaven and be very secure in having that fact, but Rooney has slipped through the cracks.
Rooney's waiting around for a little too long, though. Here he might eventually turn around. Ooh, Deos wins out with a FAMAS against an AWP at range. They're still not sure where that second prong is, and Melissa getting the kill that he just did. It's all of a sudden much easier for Kirby to get it all done. Deos, no info on that final player. They know they waited on middle too for him, but Kirby's patience is what yields a victory there.
Yeah, we'll be back with the second half in a moment.
Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy now. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy.
We jump straight back into the second half, and GG House securing 8 rounds on their T side. This being the pick of VC. We're expecting some big things from them, and we've received quite a few big things in that first half, but past that, it felt like GG House were in full control. Let's see if this T side changes the tune or not. VC coming in with a smoke and a Molotov on this pistol round, so clearly they have a plan laid out, but I do worry about the potential lack of flashes, as well as the lack of kits for GG Howe on the other end.
Lisa not spotted for a long time, but Vark will take care of him. A quick reaction, entry into the A bomb site. GG Howe kind of locked out because they're all coming in from the same angle, Michael.
Yeah, not a comfortable retake scenario whatsoever, and you see how much VC are creating this crossfire. Mini still picking apart one side of it, and the second player that was up in the heavens also just left his spot. Didn't want to back up that position whatsoever, but at distance, that's where VC are winning their fights. They pull through on the pistol, and it is just a very simple execute. One smoke down, one Molotov, and they barrel right in. They did catch very good timing, though. GG Howe deploying a smoke as they saw the initial barrage go through, but VC were close enough inside of A main that they could close that gap and make sure that that player throwing the smoke was punished immediately.
Honestly, quite happy to see that VC end up winning that first pistol round, because you know that you want a contentious game here. You want to make sure that VC doesn't immediately lose their confidence. If GG How get to like that 10, 11 round mark, I mean, with MR12, it's already kind of over, right? It's just too hard to come back into the game. But now, VC on the terrorist side, having weapons up against the pistols, they do get to build themselves a bit more of a margin as we head into the rest of the game. Still, really appreciating the methodical approach we're seeing from VC, slowly trying to find information, and Rooney already knows what's up. Like, they know it's a stack here, but they'd rather just take the firing gallery duels. Oh, Fuzzy, feel good frags.
Yeah, it can be a blessing and a curse as well to have that much confidence. Fuzzy was really hoping that he could punish this player sort of lingering around inside of B main, but Havoc as well still protecting the Galil that was dropped by Rooney. So, nice shooting, some clear comms, clear objectives. No surprises from GG How here. They didn't go in with a force buy, they came in with some pistols. And if they only get away with one kill, that is a job well done, handled by VC.
Already miles better than how GG How handled the pistol situation. Now, granted, maybe I'm being a little too harsh, because GG How were facing against investments, like slight investments at the very least.
Yeah, they all had armor and pistols. These guys only had pistols, so they're missing a critical component, clearly.
Yeah, just a tiny one. 2-round deficit though, and GG How, they are back to the big boy weapons. AWP afforded for Fozzy as well, but he doesn't have armor, so that glass cannon could hurt. A rifle already out of commission. Issa falls as well. Deos, the Pug superstar, putting 2 in the ground.
Also, certainly a very interesting approach from GG How. No smoke down mid, didn't try to flash through it. They just deploy effectively zero utility, and Deos able to come away with a couple of frags. Now, he does go down in the end on his hunt. Still trying to section off part of the map. Vark takes his spot, and Mini crawls right into his angle. Now, they don't know about Kierby up close. He sat close to those double doors. He was hoping that a player would venture out, but yeah, he has info, but he has no teammates, and they don't have position on this B bomb site. The remaining two players likely to save.
It's very important for him to stay alive so that he can also assist in saving that AWP, which is why he's circling around. And Fozzy is going to need that Secret Service support, to be honest, because they are slowly trying to come closer to him. Vark falls. And, not sure why Fozzy is taking as aggressive of an angle as he is. I would really like to see him tucked in. No reason to try and save Kirby here. It's a matter of taking that big green to the next round. You know, I really appreciate that from Kirby. Like, he knows what the mission is, sticks around, takes the liberty of protecting his teammate until the very end. The Secret Service doing its job here.
Yeah, I mean, he created a perimeter. He just understood that he had to lock those players away from him, and Fozzy only had to be concerned about one angle, one potential path of pursuit, and able to hold on to that AWP. But they're not going to come in with a very pristine buy around that saved AWP. So VC are closing this gap, and they've done so with, you know, with of note, less effort than what we saw GG How had to effectively go through in that first half. But Fozzy lighting it up straight away. A smoke down that's inside of B main, but peeking above it from jail. Already some concerns growing here for VC. They know that AWP is... It could stick around it. Could start to diversify its angles. Who's to say how Fozzy plays it? They'll be frozen for now.
VC have a pretty simple yet straightforward game plan where They're going to wait for some early information. They'll allow those lurkers, they'll allow those individuals on extremities to try and get information, and then they'll just capitalize on whatever they can get. And, you know, it works when you've got players like Deos, when you've got players like Vark, who are just so damn good individually that they'll always be able to find you something. But the problem is, this time around, GG How, they will recede into passivity because they've already gotten a kill onto VC, so there is no pressure to try and get something done. Now, aggressively with a smoke, they'll already be on the B-bomb site, and GG How, they haven't quite, I was going to say make contact yet, but Mini will lose his life. Vital coming in from the back line, Eagle in hand. Carlito, though, wants to take the liberty of taking these duels early, doesn't realize there might be an MP9 around the corner. Headshot connected quickly, waiting for the Deagle to come through. Kayurbi on to Havoc. It's getting really messy for these rifles as Deos is left alone. We'll see. No. Instant shutdown with Kayurbi's Deagle. And GG How will extend their lead.
Oh my goodness, they dove onto this bomb very late. That the 10-second timer start to punch in just as they get on, which is more. I mean, it's enough time, but they certainly cut it close. They were looking around to see if players had kits or if they could recover weapons, but someone just had to jump on that bomb, and I'm glad somebody did in the end, because otherwise that round that actually looks solid in terms of the retake shots being hit, some great shots being hit by Kierby, could have just fizzled up right before their eyes.
I mean, I really, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I really thought there was a kid involved, which is why they were taking so long. But no, full 10-second defuse. But it is a new opening for opportunities for GG How, because they've gotten the double op setup going on now. And it might have looked a little sloppy at the start of their CT side, where instead of deploying utility, they just deployed themselves on middle and immediately died. But I think it's going to get better from here on out for GG How, and VC, they definitely have to feel a little bit worried, even if they are on the advantageous side. Execute about to come through on A.
Yeah, full execute, and Issa has the Molotov prepared. A nade as well that'll follow it up, and Vital able to play up close and just gun them down, but Vark comes in with an immediate 2 sets of trades, finds Issa in heaven, and they recover weapons as well. So a 3-on-3 post plant where, sure, there is a kit that can be recovered on the site itself, but they're playing forward here on VC.
See if these rifles can overpower AWP defense, the line of sight being blocked. Rooney trying to play around the smoke, but punished. Vark, simply not enough HP to protect himself. But he's trying to delay as much as he can, trying to hide from every single angle. Cannot find Mini, and that will mean that GG How will finally get to double digits.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done. This was a double AWP investment here from GG How. I mean, one of them was saved over by Fozy over a couple of rounds, and Mini decided to dip his toes in the water as well, and able to find some really important frags coming back on that retake, making sure not to get caught out by the forward positions of VC. They understood that they had left, and they hadn't kept pressure on that bomb site enough to sort of deter them from those angles. It's a good presence of mind. Since jumping into the CT side, GG How have been able to restabilize after losing the opening bout versus VC on those pistols. But now sectioned down to pistols, and these, you know, sort of half investments, these pistol armor buys from VC were very threatening in that first half. Definitely propped up their scoreline, and I think they're hoping it'll do the same again here on T.
Unfortunately, Vark has slowed down a little bit. Fozy, AWP shot connected, and he does have support in the form of an M4. Vital has no idea where he is on the map, bumping into the pillar. Fozy trying to be a battle opera up close and personal, and the Tech-9 does do some damage, but it is simply not enough for it to matter. GG How now, yeah, go on.
I'd really love to say that Vital provided like a distraction for Fozy, and to a certain degree he did, but man was lost. He was definitely totally confused about where he thought he was because he was so blind.
Like, he gets in that position and you immediately hear like the Windows Vista USB unplugging sound.
Pretty much. It's like, wait, is he tabbed out? No, he's just blind and confused.
Just give up at that point when you have no idea where you are.
Nade doing quite a lot to Vark at the start of this round. 8 HP. Hold that deep line into dark to make sure that GG How didn't step. Maybe it was an opening line. But now that GG How have this double AWP setup, it'll be quite a tough nut to crack. You know, this is where we give a lot of credence to teams that have, played together for a lot longer, have been able to get good practice in against opponents that are willing to venture into this. And Mini finding a free frag. Part of the reason is that they effectively had 3 flashbangs they could have used, and none of them are placed in the right spots or even deployed by VC as they ventured into a few of these angles. It's a nice counter kill from Rooney, but they've lost in a 3-1 exchange. Back into a 2-on-4 where VC are just hoping that they can link up on this B bomb site between what remains.
Beyond that half switch, it's just looked very comfortable for GG How. Like, yes, it's come down to some retakes and things like that, but GG How have just individually completely overwhelmed VC. Rooney dropping to the AWP. Deos following soon. Now GG How are flirting with the finish line, and VC, they really haven't shown a lot of promise on the T side, and it's a little worrying because heading into this game, I sort of propped up Carlito as like one of the star riflers from within the region. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to bring that medal to the table.
Yeah, I mean, largely it's been a sort of a 3-prong assault between Deos, Havoc, and Vark, and you know, even their performances have been very sporadic, you know, linked to individual rounds of, you know, massive multi-kills. And bar that, I've seen much of a whisper in terms of, you know, being able to find successful trades or, you know, well-constructed rounds. It has been whether or not they sink or swim under some of these fights. Eagle for Vark, and I mean, you had to go for an investment here if you're VC, and it's a very costly opening bout. Really surviving on 12, but does overpower KRB in the end, and GG How don't hound down that trade.
Oh my goodness, that is such an interesting peek from Bozy. Like, he knows he's staring into his teammate's back and is just all sloppy in that execution. Vital and Nissa now remaining might just be giving a chance for VC to find one opening back into the game. I'm actually not sure what the idea behind that was, to be honest with you, Michael.
I imagine Fozy is probably expressing words of concern that Mini didn't properly swing when Fozy was going to be behind him. Went in for a very slow, staggered approach, but even though they're down in the numbers, how can still come back into this. Vital trying his best, but Bissell will give up a 1-on-3, a little too difficult. No smoke, no Molotov to flush out those players in Dark or B-Main, respectively. So VC surviving for a little while longer. An 8th round added to the tally. It's finding kills on the exit, but yeah, I think the idea from GG How was definitely to try and take control away from VC in this round. They wanted to go for a B main approach. They get shut down, so they re-divert into Dark, but spacing is all over the place. And that's also one of the things that we have to bear in mind coming into this matchup. And we prefaced it ahead of this game. GG How playing with stand-ins as well. You know, this is, you're expecting a few moments where they're rough around the edges, and we've seen that so far this map.
Yeah. Now, I will say this, though. When we use the word stand-in, right, it often just means like a super last-minute contingency, but we do have to bear in mind that Kirby, he is in Dubai. He is playing from, like, I believe it's like an online cafe or like a boot camp facility. I'm not 100% sure on those details, but it's obviously a very, very dedicated stand-in that has actually flown out for the purposes of this event. So, you know, it's I like to think of it as like a stand-in and a half.
Right, yeah, not quite as last minute, not just, oh, look, you're playing on ridiculously high ping.
Yeah, that's just not fun to watch, to be fair.
They looked for a single young riflers in their area, and they found Kirby on the dating app.
And they were more concerned why he's in their area.
Must have a VPN on.
That's why I get all of my food delivery with a VPN on, so my delivery driver has to swim across the ocean.
Clever.
Well, VC, they've been able to get quite a bit of space here into waters, and GG How this time around, they've not really contested in many areas. You see them play a much more passive style of CS, just sort of pulling themselves up into bomb sites. And VC, they're looking for anything that they can find lurking around, any extension, and that might just be the one. No, Fozy comes around the corner. This allows them from transgressing on middle. Mini will find Carlito, and it is going to be very chaotic as they head into the bomb site. Mini's responsibility to try and stay alive for the sake of his teammates to start rotating in, and they'll try to take control of Dark Bombs drop 15 seconds, and there is simply no way that VAR can claw this one out short of a miracle. 12 seconds to go, dialing the numbers in. No, quick fake. Might go for it again. No, he's got to stick it, unfortunately, and Issa will find him. GG How with 13. VC falling apart on that terrorist side.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very close game. A back and forth on Anubis. That first map within the series, we imagined it was going to be a little contentious, but in the ways that it started to develop, I wasn't expecting the big performances from players like Vark. I wasn't expecting these massive, individual playmaking moments from players like Havoc either, but I think there were a few moments of confidence for VC on this map. So this is their pick, and it's conceded to GG How in this instance, but this is the team that actually do have that core that are still trying to sort of hound themselves out of the region. They bring in some solid imports as well that have had their own separate individual journeys since some successes and some up and down periods, but this was the team that we expected to impress, and it took them a while to sort of rev the engine, and VC put them under pressure, sure, but got a handle towards the end.
Yeah, the problem is that VC, they were playing their own map pick, and don't get me wrong, I love players from the region, Vark had a great performance, but they couldn't close it out against GG How with 3 players basically having a lights out performance, like Havoc going wild, Vark getting the kills that he did, and if they can't close it out on their own map pick with those performances, doing it on that second map, that'll be a tall order.
Yeah, I almost feel like you actually had to have like a crazy performance from Deos, who was able to actually put up some numbers, but not enough to actually venture them through this map pick. Now, we do have a second map coming up in this series, but before we do that, we're going to have to show us off to a break. When we come back, this will be effectively it could be a decider game between whether or not VC remain in this upper bracket or not. The second map in the pool will be Overpass. That's the pick of GG How. We'll be back after a break.
And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be happy, happy? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at night. 'Cause in my mind, there's only you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be happy, happy? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be happy, happy? When I'm with you, when I'm with you. Speak to me, your silence broken. Share with me your heart's desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the when I step out of the light. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. And you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up way too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Do you feel it coming day by day? Got to get the message, it's on its way. Listen to the beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright, just to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it could walk through fire, blow up a storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the hardened chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup MENA Close Qualifiers. We're looking for our local heroes, and in our opening bout, we've already seen the first map conclude between GG How and VC Gaming. Anubis going the way of GG How, even though that was VC's pick in the series, and we now move into Overpass, which is a map that is traditionally more structured. There's more emphasis on executes, lurking plays, and the sort. And it felt like GG How actually were able to compose themselves and pull off some of those plays on Anubis. Do you think that's going to transfer into the second map for us?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they're going to have way more structure. Now, obviously, the fact that, you know, I hate driving this point home as much as I have, but like the fact that they have contingencies is going to make it a little bit more difficult on Overpass. I think there's just that added element to it. But it's going to be a lot better than Anubis, especially because, hey, this is their own map pick. VC, I do expect them to struggle a fair bit on it. And to be honest, going into this game, one of the win conditions for the entire series for me personally was that VC would have to take it to 3 maps, like as if Overpass wasn't really negotiable very much. Now, we'll see if they can still rewrite that storyline. Not too sure, but it'll be fun to watch regardless.
Yeah, I think the only real concern I have for GG How on this map is the way they looked against some of the low buys and force buys that VC were pulling together. You know, whether it's Scouts, Deagles, 5-7s. Overpass is a map where you can pull rounds like that out, and I think if we get a little bit better sort of collection or convergence of these rifle rounds from VC alongside some of the success they found on those low buys, then this map could be a totally different picture painted for VC, because I think the big surprise, honestly, was just how well Vark was doing just in general. You know, finding multi-kills, finding good fast flicks on that AWP. He was actually a lot more impressive than I was expecting out of a player that, I'm going to be honest, I didn't really know much about coming into this game.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we headed into this game knowing that he was going to be a bit of a question mark in terms of performance, and what a question mark that was. Vark, he had a great performance, yes. And I don't mean to discount that, but replicating it all the way on Overpass, doing it again, and doing it on things like, knowing that the rounds, most of the rounds that VC were able to get were off the back of like pistols and things like that. That's obviously not something that you can reliably get through just structured performance on CS. It simply doesn't happen, right? We need to see more of that energy being put towards rifle rounds, and unfortunately, I think GG How might just have their number.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. I think it's just, if we're going to look at a win condition for VC in this game, Vark having that level of performance on an AWP, especially on a map like Overpass, where an AWP can actually sort of take control of areas, can section off parts of the map very effectively. You know, if he doesn't come up with that same level against GG How here, then this VC team could effectively fall flat in the second map. So I'm really hoping that he's able to show us much more of the same. I think Deos probably going to be gravitating around the connector when we look at like CT or T side operations. This is a guy that I want to see pry bar and open up opportunities for other players to succeed as well, because when that space is provided, we saw some great work from players like Havoc as well. I think GG How definitely have the better structure. They've actual core coming into this game, and they've got the more reputed players, but let's see if VC can actually take the fight to them. They'll start CT on this second map. It's to see whether or not they continue in this upper bracket or go down to the lowers. GG How already a map up in the series. Overpass with GG How already having 2 players the other side of that monster tunnel, but Bomb not linked up with them. No real clear plan. GG How are still probing around the map, but now that Deos has found that kill, they're going to start barreling into B.
1-for-1 trade at the very least. GG How should be popping into B now. 1 flash, but it is a little too early for them to try and capitalize on. Toxic Player, however, exposes himself too early, and Posey does put Havoc down. Deos still trying to fight. He was responsible for that first kill, but let's add 2 more to the tally. 2-on-2, 1 stuck in the site, 1 towards short. Issa is making their lives harder, and Vark, the man that was a superstar in the previous round, might just have to clutch it, and he does! 2 kills for him to win out the 1v2 for VC.
That was lovely. No over-aiming, no panic, just some nice sharpshooting, kept his aim in the right place, and able to pop some nice heads. I mean, without the efforts there of Deos, he doesn't get into a position like that, but it's all about how you finish, especially when it comes to those pistols. We may have gotten our answer. Bark coming here to play in this opening bout.
I really love this guy's composure. The fact that he can play it so chill in moments where you generally expect panic and chaos, it's honestly very, very commendable. We saw it all throughout Anubis, and we're seeing it once again already on the pistol round. VC, this time around, they're taking the liberty a little bit to go ahead and extend into Playground, get a little bit early map control, maybe get those fingers warmed up. Mini already tagged down to 3 points of health, and, you know, it's just a matter of time before they slowly start all getting whittled away. It's kind of unfortunate that Vital, the only one that's initially gets damage done, is doing it with a Glock. Scarier. Vark. Strangest aim shake I've ever seen from the guy who I was just saying had full composure.
Yeah, he went from very steady aim to a very scuffed Kirby impression. Even
It happens.
Kirby
It happens to the best of us.
Even Kirby wouldn't let it go loose like that, but considering this is only Glocks for GG How, they have a open bomb site and a plant, so they're very satisfied with how this round is developed.
Oh. I mean, I was getting ready to discount them, but Fozy, no! He's brought it down to just a 1v1. Deos still looking for that final player. Doesn't have a smoke either to try and obscure vision. Just the Glock could be enough. Just the threat of Vital existing on the server could be what disincentivizes him from the defuse. Oh my god. Deos has to back off. That is insane. From the Swedish Hopper.
That was marvelous. I mean, first kill fine. A jumping SMG rounding that corner. Not an easy shot to hit, but Fozy did exactly that. You know, he teed his teammate up for success, even though Vital only had a Glock. Deos needed to hit the headshot. You need to pop that cherry before he could actually stick that defuse. Glock or not, 10-second defuse with your back exposed, you're not winning that round. That is ridiculous. I was not expecting that to end up with a round win for GG How. I thought the ball
I hate
was already
I hate myself for discounting it at the start. I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're just gonna be getting rid of them. Not really, though.
Just a bomb plant, man disadvantage, no armor on anybody. Nah, I mean, they shouldn't win, but Fozy had other intentions.
Pretty strong intent if you can catch 2 players mid-air with a deagle. At that point, it's not even called intent, it's just manifestation. VC, however, a pretty big roadblock, considering the fact that heading into the second map, which is meant to be a bit of a specialty for GG How here, they're going to have to fight an uphill battle straight off the back of the first round. Now, Vark.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh dear.
What?
Issa got dinked by the D. There is damage fall off on that weapon, so he got dropped down to 1 HP, and Vark really wanted to hound out that extra frag. He knew that there was still a player that was weak, wounded from that earlier phase. but having to give up and concede some control. Vark's back was offered up. So even though it's into a 4-on-4, the fact that Issa's walking wounded is the most promising sign here for GG Hao. It's some great struggles dealing with these pistols on Anubis. They don't want that to plague them here again. And it's looking like they shan't. 10 seconds, but they can punch in those digits, no problem. There's no HE or anything to pull players off that plant, even if it had sailed out. Mini had enough to trade. Well, there's a rifle dropped on the bomb site and a smoke that's down, so Av might be able to slide his way out and get his hands on it. In fact, he'll come away with a kill, and Mini just fighting for his life on the bomb site. KRB covering his back. A little tumultuous, a little strange, but GG Hao organized their thoughts just with a quick long take.
To be honest, I would have really liked to see them just stick closer to the bomb site instead of committing, just to try and make sure that GG Hao are going to be close enough to either punish or just be worried about the potential of a weapon being picked up, maybe try and get a little bit more in terms of damage done for the exits, because economy is going to go a long way, especially because GG Hao, they're not a team that shies away from AWPs at all, so just keeping that economy honest, very, very important. But VC now, Desert Eagles, 5-7s, going trick-or-treating. Only one piece of util, and that is a very ambitiously purchased nade from Deos. A nade and a dream.
Trying to go for a jump spot, and Carlito doesn't really have the weaponry to actually punish these players peeking off of short. And, well, that HE's not going to do a whole lot of anything for VC. They didn't go for a full investment. They fought round that saved them 4 in the round prior. So floating some funds for a future gun round. GG Hao not losing a soul as they take themselves into a 3rd round. Kept it simple, stayed together, and just executed. Sometimes it can be as easy as that when they're against the pistols. And I think that extra confidence from GG Hao, I think, it was definitely more visible towards the end of their T-side half on Anubis as well. They just need to get over their irrational fear. Well, not even irrational, a very rational fear of the pistols, considering how close so many of the rounds went on that map.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it on Anubis, right? It was almost traumatizing for GG Hao because, and that's how much they had to sort of slow down their pace to try and accommodate. Mini, very important opener.
But there's one right back. And that ain't too great. Fozy, I think, was just trying to retain territory so that they can maybe even bounce back over to that A bomb site, but now that he's gone, GG Hao can only move forward.
Oh, Carlito does manage to find his first kill to keep this tug of war fair. Deos pulls a lot harder, and he has brought it down to a 3 versus 2. The bomb not quite committed just yet because they're still worried about that short presence. Caribbean might not be spotted. Shot to the side of the head. Mini trying to run away. Fake sound, and Deos, he's going to have this false sense of security. He's got a nade out. Might just get punished by Mini, who's aggressive, but no, Deos is quick. The pugging antics coming to light, but KRB is no slouch either. Expecting Deos. Great movement there to use the top of the tunnel. And with 25 seconds to go, KRB the world, or rather at least overpasses his oyster, going all the way back to A, and he's going to take the liberty to also minimize audio information. 15 seconds to go, but getting this bomb down will not be a problem whatsoever, with Vark fully focused on this B bomb site, Michael.
Yeah, so well done here from KRB, just to close in on that gap to the bomb site by walking that whole way. Vark retaking on an AWP will not favor him at all in this matchup. KRB even playing forward. Vark has to anticipate that that is a possibility, but he doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have a smoke, nothing to sort of detract from some of the angles that KRB could be inhabiting. Yeah, as he starts to piece it all together, as he tries to threaten the idea of a defuse. KRB just creeping in from behind and now making steps, now hearing that 10-second sound. The round is won. Vark can't get anything from this, and KRB will even take him down as well. what a start we are having as well from Mini on GG How. You know, a very slow opener on Anubis, but starts to get engaged when we go into that second half, and now that we're seeing him in T-side operations here on Overpass, I mean, he has been flying.
Yeah, it took him a little while to start the engine, but as soon as he has, it's been a completely different story. I think back over on Anubis, it took him maybe 5-6 rounds to even get the first kill, but when he did, had entries left and right, and it really started to change the outcome of the game. VC now back on pistols. Bad economy has been the theme of the game for VC, especially considering they lost the second round after winning the pistol, which can often put you in a pretty bad economic pitfall.
Yeah, probably
GG
the
How?
worst way to start.
Oh yeah, it's just so uncomfortable. You're always playing catch up with the economy because of it. Now GG How looking to find their fifth. With 2 players already out of the conversation, this is looking a lot easier now. The only real threat on the other side being Carlito's MP9, and even that might not get the opportunity.
Still struggling to finish off frags. These low HP players surviving within an inch of their life, and sure, Vital's taken down, but they'll happily trade one player for a round win. Another multi-kill here from Mini. Starting off this map hot. And maybe with a bit of a bone to pick. He was getting, to be honest, he was kind of getting owned at the start of Anubis. You know, quick headshots by Deagles, getting shot on the side of the head. Wasn't great. But to be surrounded by so many accomplished players, these are guys, I mean, Mini and Vital, that have been able to represent the Middle Eastern region in some of those RMRs prior. You know, they've been competitors on that front and tried to take it international, and that's had some, you know, I wouldn't say the most compelling results, but have always impressed in terms of individual form. Been able to be consistent on that front. Let's see that rear its head here on this map as well. Now, this round rather, does start in a 1-for-1 exchange, but it's a for Vark in terms of what we saw from that first map. You were expecting that Vark would be able to find some production on this CT side, you know, put a lot of importance on that AWP, but with him out of the round, they're actually not even... You know, they're starting to toy with the idea of cheating over a rotation. Deus will look to reinforce, but Rooney was on an island for quite some time, and he's not even fully healthy, so has to be very diligent about dodging util.
Oh, Deus, it comes down to him, but Mini opens it up. He's just been so good on those entries. Rooney, even with his eyes blindfolded, he will manage to pull out the pistol. And Vip, Vital over his head. Fozy and Caribbean now on a 2 versus 2. And Caribbean, I think he was still anticipating some connector presence, and the audio information should start to go towards him. They are kind of stomping, but no, Carlito catches Fozy in the back, and Caribbean will be blindsided as well. Nice to see VC being able to make a resurgence despite Vark's early demise.
Yeah, I think that was just one of those instances where Fozy and Caribbean both want to do different things, and Caribbean concedes his control. I think if he was given the choice, he would have sat watching that connector and just Fozy independently planting, but Fozy was scared of getting rushed down through those smokes. You know, they were down in a position where VC could start, you know, journeying out to truck, and that's basically an undefensible angle from Caribbean's position, and they get caught on bad timing. But good re-aggression from connector from VC to get a handle back on things, but once again, you know, very fast opener, but it doesn't go without its trade. A kill around the other side of the map via Vark's ult.
You love to see him starting some production now. And you know, it's not exactly been a slow start for VC, or rather for Vark, because you have to consider that, hey, VC aren't winning that many rounds, and he still managed to get himself onto 7 kills, so it's nothing to scoff at just yet. Matching the rounds with his kills. 1 KPR. But Vark, he's going to have his metal tested very soon as they start coming towards him. Flashed out of his mind. That corner in the smoke will still be exploited by him. And he's waiting for some progression from Long, but he doesn't realize that Issa's already cheated some footsteps over. Havoc now, solo defender on the bomb site, starting to tag players up with his bullets. He's got some resurgence, or rather reinforcements in the form of Deus. but he will die. Havoc waiting for them to start walking in. The prior damage not materializing. Issa doesn't have enough HP to labor the spray, and Carlito will come in clutch.
Yeah, I mean, a lovely duel there from Issa to at least land the trade through Bank, but once his position was given away, when, you know, the objective still has to be to try and secure some space in the bomb site, you know, he could have tried to make a play, but had to hit that instant headshot if he wanted to come away with the frag on Carlito and convert that round for GG Hao. Very difficult. A lot of players trying to clamber back into the bomb site at different moments in time for VC, but even with the one survivor, sure they are winning rounds, but they are never comfortable in their economy. But this is a moment where they could actually shake up GG House as well and maybe have a safer round ahead of them. Sparking straight in through mid. Doesn't have a team behind him, but looking to take some territory. Meanwhile, his team has actually taken over short control as well. So a lot of the early conditions that you have on this T side in terms of how you want to develop in the mid round already accomplished in the opening 40 seconds.
VC, they are going to have to try and take some gambles, though. You can't just wait for your demise at GG Hao. They've got the advantage. They've started to get some control of the map as well. Rooney nearly gets caught on an island here, but he does have reinforcements on the A-bomb site. Kirby, good opener. And one-for-one trades is not what VC are looking for right now. With 50 seconds to go, GG Hao, they've definitely cemented themselves a very strong position that they want to start and capitalize on. Getting ready to pop into the B-bomb site. But there's two players waiting. You can see that VC, they're toying with the idea of just leaving A little bit dry. This MP9 really needs to pop off. They need to climb and free-fragger. This time he gets punished, but Issa will take care of two. That leaves Deos in a 1 versus 3, 23 seconds on the clock, and Deos still wants to be part of the conversation. Permeates through the smoke, drops him to water, has two players to find, knows where one of them is, but has little info on that second one. Creeps up close, might just get this 1v3 going, and surprises the Opper. Beautiful work from Deos with the 4K and the 1v3.
That was marvelous. I mean, his play through the smoke, finding an isolated player, and just kept on finding duel after duel. He made the FAMAS look like an assassin's weapon, just kept on catching players off guard, none of them expecting his location. I mean, that's marvelous footwork, just in the way he positioned himself, but also the sharp and snappy aim to punish each and every one of those players for sort of feeding into his own misdirection. And that has made the funds here for GG Hao very awkward. Sure, they got the plant down and they've now lost several rounds consecutively, so they can still muster together some weaponry. But they won't have an AWP, they won't have that same independence. Vital just sending it up through short, and the idea was to go for a quick split, but they're just funneling through smokes, and VC are happy to greet them the other end.
That clutch from Deos and the firepower they've been able to bring to the table in this round, that could potentially turn this match upside its head. GG Hao, they went into this game with the expectation, or at least setting the expectation, that Overpass was going to be a much easier affair. But VC, they're not done with this tug of war just yet. Cozy and Issa at least have brought it a little bit closer. There is a minute to work with. Whether or not they can do anything, but no, Vark is already in such a forward position that he's got all the info and control in the world.
This will be an incredibly difficult clutch for Issa to win, and sure, Dale's pulled off a 1 versus 3 himself, but bomb drops in that monster tunnel. Issa's still anticipating that they'll be playing around that. But here's a player jump spot. That could have been all the signal he needs to start feeding into the potential setup here of VC, but he makes a very audible step inside of short as well. Well, 20 seconds now. No real chance of pulling together this round. It's a saving. I thought he'd try his hand at it, considering the money's in a bit of an awkward place, but I think now GG Hao are on max loss bonus, so they can still pull together a buy here.
Counter-terrorists win.
One shy of full loss. 2,900. They'll get 34 the next time over. So, to be honest, they probably shouldn't buy around this AK. Yeah, just a half investment from the rest of GG How. But
Yeah,
that may tailor them to
maximizing-
faster.
Yeah, maximizing their chances for the next round is probably just the best bet. I do appreciate the fact that they're going for that conservative style of util. Just, you know, have Visa still pretty much maxed out, but everybody else making sure that they're going to have enough for the next one. VC, honestly, man, very respectable stuff. Especially when, you know, how we started to put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Vark, where we're like, hey, he's got to replicate his Anubis performance. But no, at least he's got someone like Deos to back him up. Immediately try and bounce back. No, no way. The tiny bit of oomph they've put into this round with the Tech 9s and the Star AK, it might actually pay off. Dividends coming in rolling, only 3 players left on the CT side, and GG How, they're gonna come barreling in. Carlito cannot afford to miss a spray. Havoc flashed out of his mind. The Tech 9s cannot delay it any longer. They're gonna try and overwhelm, but Carlito says no. They need to bring in more reinforcement, but the T's are starting to run out of fire. Carlito, he's still alive and kicking on the bomb site. They realize that they've got to go elsewhere. They can't just run into that M4. They slow down their pace. Trick Carlito into hopping over to that bottom bomb site. In the meantime, circling around from toilets, Michael. They should have no trouble getting this bomb down. And Carlito, as much as he's done so much work on the bomb site already, he's going to have to put a little bit more elbow grease in.
Yeah, I mean, he made the right read based on the information he had. He heard them sort of retreating in from short and trying to cut them off before they could even set up over on that B bomb site. But yeah, he's been totally thrown the other direction. I thought they were going to spend a lot of time trying to piece this one together, considering they were both low enough HP that if Carlito had stuck to his guns and stayed on that A play, then he could have even potentially lined them up. You know, a very difficult trade when you just simply don't have the health to trade. But GG How make the perfect call in that 2 versus 1. They know where Carlito is. He knows they know about his position, and they're able to completely mind game him. That's such a shame. Start off as a 3-on-5 there for VC. They had all the players in the right positions on that A bomb site. But even though they put up a commendable effort, sometimes a few tricks can be pulled out of the bag, and GG How go searching for one of those tricks, and they pull up the right card.
Man, the problem is that they headed into the rest of the round beyond those first 20 seconds with only 3 players on the CT side, right? The fact that they're still able to bring it down to the 1v2, that was still kind of doable if the 50-50 worked out for Carlito.
Yeah.
It's like, there's simply not enough resources to negotiate with from the get-go. Losing your players to the Tech 9s, simply not acceptable. Now, still no credit taken away from GG How, because that was some fantastic shooting on the pistols. Rooney got the spicy yellow swag 7, doesn't get to reveal it just yet, and he needs to emerge soon because he's going to run out of the range advantage. Carlito, we saw him with this tiny bit of HP at the end of the last round. We're seeing it again very early in this round. And surprisingly enough, Rooney simply didn't engage with any of these duels. Eventually switches over to the USP, and he gets really awkward as he gets shot in the back.
Well, that is a grand shame.
That was honestly just uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, he really tried to surprise him with that Mag 7. Like, I only have a USP, guys. This is also the last round of the half, so the chances of you only having a USP are next to none.
I would have just loved it if he took advantage of the chaos going on in short water and emerged with the Max 7, just ran up, at the very least as a distraction for his team, right? Because otherwise he's just stuck in connector, can't make himself relevant at all. Now, nice little tap there at the end from Vital, and that ends the first half with GG How with a pretty significant advantage, Michael.
You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I will be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I don't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Rolling on a feeling, knowing I must go on. If I don't do it now, I will never have it. Dreaming is deceiving, falling to slumber. If I don't do it now, someone else will grab it. If I don't get I wanted it so long. It's taking me some time. I tell myself don't stop. Like waves are breaking, I found a way, I made it. If only I don't
Another solid half pulled together by JJ Howe on their T side coming into Overpass. VC Esports have a lot to prove coming into this matchup. Hell, they have a lot to prove to show us in the server as well. We saw some great plays from Vark, from Deos. Hell, I mean, from the squad in general when it came to some of those site holds, but even still, some of them fell through the cracks. Let's see how they pull things together on this T side. JJ Howe already looking to take the fight. Kjaerbye very aggressive from long, and he was doing so independently.
Oh no, I don't think independence should be on his agenda when he's up against 4. Still managing to get 1, that's honestly still a pat on the back. In that situation, if you can manage to get away with anything, even the equalizer, should be pretty happy with it. The VC, they've got all their resources tucked into toilets. Fauzi, his responsibility is to convey information and not get surprised by that little timing where somebody could go down the stairs. Another engagement coming through in toilets. Ooh, nice shot from Isa. And it is going to be a bit of a back and forth affair that ends up being won out by VC on all accounts.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I actually quite appreciated the idea there for JJ Howe. They were probing for information, they did so together, and they were hoping that they could print things out, but he just threw them into the meat grinder. The clock found instant headshots on a number of those frags. So, you know, sometimes you come in with a plan, and then you get punched in the mouth, and sometimes that plan just falls out of your pocket. You don't even know what the plan was, or why you went for it in the first place anymore.
Very swift consequences being delivered. At the very least, they've built themselves a bit of a margin, though, to allow this initial friction pass, and they'll still just be on an equalizer. But they have actually made the investment, so if this doesn't go their way, then they'll have to wait an additional round and actually hand over the lead to VC.
Yeah, I think the grind plan for VC right now is, okay, we won pistol, let's not lose the second. Unfortunately, suffered quite heavily for it.
It's such a powerful set. It's a shame to not see it work out because the MP9 plus out. Holy hell, that can really rock you up. The 1-2 punch.
Yeah, those two, but the one punch, but not just fully down, quite like the show would suggest.
I mean, that isn't the game, but it comes in the form of an AWP. Not the
So just hit him in the head, and, you know, I'm sure you'll find results.
one very well placed punch.
Yes.
But I do think that doesn't go very well as an enemy.
Probably not. Most accurate puncher. And a pretty accurate call here for VC to punch in the plant at A. It was a seen from GJ after the initial aggression over at long, and they call it correctly. So I'm going to try to save the that I went in for on this round. Just because it didn't pan out now doesn't mean it can't pan out in the future.
I really respect it when teams, instead of just throwing away their money, that second run money, they'll be more conservative, they'll save those weapons, and try again in the next one. Definitely a much better chance than just running into the meat grinder and keeping that money as well. The VC, they've definitely not laid the red carpet for themselves or anything, but at least they've got a little mat to step on.
The important part is they dodged the bull. That's the important part. They dodged that second round, you know, after winning the pistol round, losing the second. That would suck to have it twice.
Yeah, you know how the quote goes, right? Like, if speed ever kills me, just know that it wasn't the speed, it was the second round after the pistol because of the economy hammer 12, or something along those lines.
Yeah, that. I don't know enough about that quote to dispute it. It sounds right.
See this second attack using the leftover weapon worked out for GG Hal.
Ooh.
Obviously, triple boost.
Yeah.
Seeing it come through. Okay. Unfortunately, that boost doesn't afford you enough visibility. The window to shoot at someone is simply too small, and that's not a place where somebody can generally stand up and anything.
Yeah, you're just kind of hoping that he moseys through the playground, mostly unaware, and that will not be the case.
Fortunately, not a whole lot of firepower that is waiting on the B-bomb site. The MP9 already overwhelmed. Mini still trying to find something. Surprisingly enough, Issa is able to do some damage. And Mini stays alive for long. Behind the box. No, Rooney is so aware. Checks around the smoke. And they've bought themselves enough space to comfortably get this bomb down. The remainder of GG Hao only having a deagle and a USB, save for the scout on Fozy. And obviously this time around, they are going to throw themselves at it. They know that there's no point in taking these weapons into the next round. Rooney on an island, exposes himself a little bit too much. But a 2v1 against the deagle, that's ambitious.
Yeah, not going to have a lot of chances for this. So, surely he's not saving this. Well, that's
I don't
great.
get the point of that, honestly.
Yeah, that's great. I hate it.
I would love to see him just throw himself at them for at least a chance of them dying to that bomb or something.
Because they're just going to buy weapons anyway, so what's the point in looping back for the scout? The deagle does have some value. You can give that over to Fozy, whatever. No,
Is Vital toying with the idea? Hang on.
No.
Again, I thought maybe, like, I thought maybe we're in the chef's kitchen, we're getting a look over his shoulder, and he's like, hang on, maybe I could just take the scout into the next round so that we have additional money for Fozy to get a second op. But, you know, that's risky. That's just too risky.
That would also be very cursed if they lost the round and he wasn't able to have any impact. So, we avoid that timeline, fortunately enough. Clark, though, running straight through a Molotov, straight into a nade, took a lot of damage for that venture and got a whole lot of nothing. He was blind as a bat. He recovered from his ailment, only to find that he had a whole new one.
Well, fortunately for them, that ailment isn't going to be enough to take them out of the round, but this kill for Mini might be. Rooney missing a golden opportunity at the player that is jumping around in Toxic to try and get info. And VC, for a minute remaining on the clock and a player being handed over to walk the plank, they've not really gotten a whole lot of info or control. Maybe some around short, but even that forward position from Fozy will make it very difficult for them to actually progress towards the bomb site. Now, Fozy's got to watch out because there is a second player. He's ready for the second prong, but still can't hit the shot. A site cracked open, Michael.
3-on-3, and they're clamoring to get these rotates in place. Issa just trying his best to hold his ground, and he'll find Javi. Unable to line up the trade is Deos, and he swings right into 3 CTs, all holding for that exact swing. And now it just feels like Rooney, his opportunity's waning. has to go back into this B bomb site, cannot commit to the A space. His teammates fought tooth and nail to try and achieve a 1-on-3 for Rooney. All these players are tagged, but he is contained. He can't escape. He has to fight, and he finds his first, but he takes a headshot for it. That's very dangerous. Issa didn't hang around either. He waited for Mini to relocate, so they've actually given Rooney an opportunity to slide himself away. A headshot angle, but Issa unexpected right behind Mini's carcass. There will be a round registered here for GJ Howe, but it is a hard-fought battle in the end.
Oh yeah, and imagine a world where Vital had bought hadn't upgraded from the scout rifle. Like, I promise you, the blame would have gone to that if it came this close.
And I thought the round was just going to be done like that. You know, when Dale swings into 3 CTs all ready to greet him. I didn't think Rooney stood a chance, but...
Yeah, their spacing was honestly kind of awkward, especially that the first player just letting himself hang out to dry, not waiting long enough. 8-8 though, and neither team is looking very decisive, to be honest. GG Howe, they're always going to be threatened by the potential of economic collapse. A few shots through the wall will be exchanged. Lots of action through the flank. A nade to follow through, and there is pretty much even Steven damage. I love this idea of a late round boost, also towards the corner so that they can't spot him. Catches one, no need to aggress this any further. GG Howe back to passivity, and they know that they still have an MP9 in the hands of Vital, so they've got to be careful. It's not like they've got all the firepower in the world. They're missing quite a bit of util, obviously. Not to using it, but just not having it in the first place.
Yeah, they could just find themselves outgunned on one of these swings if they're Mini, who goes out and takes that challenge, and he almost suffers at the hands of the Rooney swing.
Carlito did get one opening there, but unfortunately unable to deliver.
Yeah, some of these opportunities being presented to them, but if you cannot close on those chances, then those chances are going to start to dry up.
Yeah, and obviously, as they keep losing players, like GG Howe are more likely to be more and more passive, but Mini, that early duel that he took might just come back to bite him. No, at least good for the one before he falls. 3 versus 2, Havoc and Deos. Quite low on HP, but at least he's gotten some space on the bomb site. No, AWP's watching him like a hawk. And Deos, he knows that there's simply not enough HP to take this duel comfortably. 9-8, GG Howe. They're coming back to their winning ways, and BC, they've got to be a little worried here, Michael. Not a lot of money.
Yeah, it's unfortunately come at a pretty poor time for them as well. This is a distance builder here for GJ Howe. Unless these Tech 9s answer right back, you know, we're going to see them at double digits, and last time they got to, you know, a 2-3 round sort of difference between them and VC on Anubis. They just never stopped rolling. And Fozy's heating up. Some nice clean shots being landed on this AWP and the quick flick. Sure, Issa's distracting. He's finding kills, but Fozy just finishes off the full ace. These were Tech 9s running him down, and Fozy didn't look phased at all.
Yeah, you could tell that he was just in his element there. Full confidence, keeps going for the repeats. He knows he's got some support and connector as well to make sure that at the very least not all the Tech 9s are firing at him at once. It's good stuff. Especially, I think he just started feeling super hot there after that first shot, right? That quick flick onto the player swinging over. Now, GG Howe, they've definitely carved themselves a bit of an advantage here, and VC, they are backed up against a wall. Remember, they've already lost the first map, but honestly not too bad of a performance on Overpass.
That's nice.
The good old donk lineup.
Yeah, good presence of mind from Javi as well, not to get caught by that. If they missed the Molotov there on GJ Howe, and if they had heard that extinguish, there are several teams that would call it cancel in that moment, but Kirby still tried to commit to the idea. It can be easy to lower your guard when you're whisked away in your own protocols and how you would react to that. That's how players try to catch you out. Fuzzy's still hanging around topside connector. It does find a lurking Vark, but they've made their way out through Monster. There's actually no one on the bomb site proper here for GJ Hao.
And you can see that Vital is still toying around with the idea of trying to get an advantage around the smoke. But he's simply not getting any visibility. A little cavalier in getting on top of the sandbags, but that's because he knows Issa is around. But Deos, he's the big X factor. He's going to be showing himself very late into the round. A couple bullets into the back of Issa, but he's a little too late. 2 players found, but unfortunately Vital's M4 is quick to the trigger. An 11th round for GG Hao. And VC, Michael, they're running out of options now. There's so little they can do.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a shame, because it did feel as though they'd made the right play. You know, I think Deos could have definitely sealed that round out for his squad, but he needed a little bit more from the players that were actually trying to hold in more traditional post plans to keep these players out for Monster and Short alike. Had they succeeded in doing so, Deos' position is so difficult to beat in that scenario. But he couldn't do it all by himself. And yeah, those chances are fizzling up. I mean, we come into this round with 2 smokes, an HE, and a flash here for VC. That is not enough utility to take proper map control. They're going to have to sort of slide their way or mosey into angles. And especially when Fozy has been picking you apart on the AWP, that is, you know, it's a big ask. You want me to round this corner dry? What a danger. But they have been able to push them off of those bathrooms, even with the minimal util that they had. It is fairly well placed. They just won't have any to breach the bomb site itself. Well, now they have absolutely 0 util. Bomb knock. Zorp should sing, but a little off tune for Fozy at the start.
Oh, they're inching closer to the bomb site, but they're doing it in pieces. Carlito, a little far forward in the pack, and which is why he immediately gets punished. And Fozy's anticipating there to be a player behind the smoke. Good pop of the smoke. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize. K-Urby kind of leaves Fozy on an island here. A 3v4. But Mini, coming in from the back lines, he makes sure that the bomber cannot feel comfortable. 15 seconds to go, and they finally do dial the numbers in, but they still have to watch out for a potential retake. Deos, quick on the fire. Vark puts Mini out of his misery as well, and Vital quickly realizes that, hey, this is definitely a save call.
I don't know why I started to create this scenario in my head where I thought Fozy was just gonna, you know, sing lullabies for GJ Hao as they send themselves to sleep and finish off this map. Instead, all I get is Omega lulls. Like, they didn't have flashes, they didn't have smokes, and every chance he had on that AWP failed. And he had chances. I did think it had to be him, but you can't always get good results. It's a solid result from Vital to save his M4. 3 kills on the exit. That will hinder some of the investment for VC as well when they're already cutting several costs on the util front. Shouldn't have created expectations. I let myself down, really. It's not even Fozy that let me. I let myself down.
You're just falling into a philosophical pitfall over a game of CS. But
I mean, he had 2 rounds where he had 7 kills, and he got 5 in one of them. So I was really expecting that was another opportunity for that AWPer to really showcase what he's got. But I mean, it's obviously pretty well handled by VC, splitting up their assets and, you know, taking more uncomfortable duels.
It's easy to look at like Fozy and Mini really popping off, but you also have to give credit to Deos, who's really been responsible for keeping the steam engine of VC running. Like, he's been keeping them chugging along, gotten them to 9 rounds so far, and you know, there has been effort from Havoc, there's been effort from Varg, but obviously Deos has been the big standout player. Now, nothing's really coming close to what Varg was able to do individually on Anubis, but it's still very nice to see that VC have a very diversified approach to their firepower. Oh, Deos, good find. Fozy being out of commission suddenly opens up the round once again. And remember, Michael, they could be very easily cornered in terms of their money. If they lose this round, they might have to give up the 11th. Vital, big shot to be missing. Havoc on the other side of the map does some damage as well. And Kirby, the veteran on the server, one of the most accomplished players in CS, will have to try and get it done. Unfortunate spray onto Vark, and that does just leave Mini all alone. This money is not going to be forgiven for GG How, Michael.
No, it ain't great. And part of that is part and parcel with some of the close rounds that they've had to fight back from, some of the advantages that they've had and have seemingly squandered. You know, some great counter kills being found from VC, even in losing efforts. And so, once again, holding onto this rifle, yeah, is going to be valuable, but there will not be, you know, friends alongside him that can commit the same way. Can't even have comparable buys. Mini has to be very careful here as well. Taking too much damage and trying to save in his spot could lead to him just dying to the bomb. So that was a growing concern. Vark trying to hound him down from CT suffers to that fate. And Deos will pursue. So, I mean, neither team getting away with very clean exits and finishers when it comes to actually accomplishing rounds. But it is important that VC are still chugging away on this T side. They are still finding openers. They are just losing too many on these hunts for them to feel comfortable. But as we enter the end of this half, you know, having residual cash doesn't matter so much. If we're heading towards the prospect of an overtime or winning the game in regulation, who cares how much money you have left? It's all about the round wins. Timeout from GG How to maybe try and address some of their issues. It doesn't even really feel like these past 3-4 rounds VC have been doing anything too unusual or crazy. They've been setting up for some A-side map control. They've been pressuring the A-side, but actually not frequently finding sort of opening fights. It's actually on B where they're finding some difficulties sort of retaining into a 5-on-5, because I think the problem for GG How is that they're giving VC a lot of respect, and rightfully so with the way that they've been shooting, but in terms of the macro, that's where GG How are supposed to have the edge. You want them to work for it.
Well, speaking of work, Rihanna would be very proud of that opening from Deos. Slowly putting that work in, getting individual kills. You know, I respect that. Can't let GG How get any semblance of comfort. 11-11. And I think this is where we really start getting put in contention for that potential overtime, Michael. I wouldn't be surprised if this game goes to it. Although, with the past couple of rounds, it is kind of looking like VC might be a little favored to close it in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this round, GG How, I mean, will come in with like a very lackluster bye for the final round of regulation. So, yeah, GG How have to perform right here, right now. Otherwise, VC are heavily favored to force us into a third map. And it felt like GG How looked more composed. They had the better pop-offs. Hell, I mean, they've had more consistent output across the squad. That doesn't matter sometimes when you reach this final hour. All about who can actually pull themselves together in time to find that result. And after a couple of missed rounds, Fozy doesn't miss here in round 23.
It's a big sigh of relief for GG How, who are honestly more threatened than VC are. Good couple of shots from Kirby. Carlito, though, is going to try and make sure that they're kept honest. Lots of damage received in the process, though. GG How, 2 players apiece on the bomb site, and the most exposed player right now is Isa, who is still very close to toilets. And, you know, with the amount of damage they've been able to do to the terrorist side, I would expect a little bit more passivity going into the next round. But no, that does not seem to be on the agenda for him. Fozy, bad timing to check the corner. And that's a 3v3. Vital quickly takes up the position of his fallen comrade. And VC with 25 seconds to go, they're getting ready to posture in for a B-side hit. Vital still looking for short water, but he doesn't realize that both players have already made it onto the B site. Catches on the cross. Havoc still trying to fight for his team, but GG How, despite it being messy, will make sure they get over to the 12th round.
Such an important re-aggression there from Vital, and really nice timing being found there from GG How. VC were actually setting up so that Deus could throw flashes, so those players could permeate out from Monster. They wanted to try and get some semblance of a wrap going with the limited resources that they still had, and that's why Deus hung around and waited for his teammates to link up in that Monster tunnel. But once he gets pushed, you know, suddenly there's a lot less bites to the VC bark. And so GG How, that was a must-perform round, and they do exactly that. A great opener from Fozy, even though he gets caught. Very nice reactions to how VC were going to develop the round to continue. But straight away, Carlito just barreling up through long, finding Fozy on that AWP, and they've got actually substantial damage as well onto Vital over at B. Good news is that KRB's still hanging around those bathrooms and has equalized the affair, but a smoke that's down. Vark lowering his guard, expecting a push maybe to the front side of bathrooms, but KRB's hiding inside of that smoke.
Oh, that is a big kill from Carlito. With Vital being as low as he is, it's just going to be a very awkward duel for him. GG How. You can see that they're trying to get early info off the back of the toilets play, but that completely leaves the B bomb site up for grabs. I think overtime might just be in the cards here, Michael.
It is certainly calling. Jeremy might be able to deal with Carlito, transitioning into connector. Oh, should have been able to finish off that frag. 22
That's
on
info.
the cross. And that is information about 2 players over in the bathrooms. You are right on the money. And they have a kit on KRB, but they're going to have a hard time funneling VC out in the open.
Oh my goodness, how does Vital get away with that? Go straight through the Molotov, and GG How, they might still have some bite in them, Michael. Waiting, watching, getting ready for the boost up. It is expending quite a bit of their time, though, and they've not got any util. They've got to try and get it done the old-fashioned way. Some bullets out, some elbow grease, but that's a missed spray, and that leads us straight to overtime.
Yeah, a very hard-fought battle, but really pulling up clutch when it came down to it. Some very important kills in the mid-round. It didn't feel as though players were slouching. Towards the end of this map, the regulation rather, not this map, Carlito just decides to go for an independent push out long, and he finds 2 very pivotal kills. It keeps GG How guessing. They're still worried about that A-bomb site, and they felt out of place when Carlito escaped and got all the information he needed about 2 players. That is a wild development, but one that VC will happily take. We go again into the overtime, where we've got 12.5k funds for either team. MR3, so 3 rounds T, 3 rounds CT, provided you're able to keep them away from what should be a 16-round finish.
Interesting choice of weaponry from Issa. Fozy on the AWP, and he's not really tried to be aggressive from connector before. I guess that does kind of happen because of his lack of choice there. Deos, though, waiting in connector, is going to punish him from trying to go back to passivity. Mini, that's a good flash for him, but unfortunately for them, Rooney simply not able to come out on top in the duel. Very strange to see him be flashed and still not be able to win.
Yeah, he just kind of walked into Mini's spray there. It was just a knee-jerk reaction, understanding that he was likely a dead man, so I'm sure Mini is pleased that he came away with that frag, but KRB even more satisfied with his timing. I'll be trying to emerge out of that connector, but still had a teammate alongside him in front of those bathrooms. It'll be KRB that tries to clamber back into the bomb site. And once they funnel him out, that should lower their guard as well to Issa, who's already setting up for a quick flank.
Oh, KRB's responsibility here is to stay alive for long enough for Issa to become a problem. Only a little bit of damage being done, but the AUG will start to devour them. Vark feeling a little hopeless as he's got 3 players circling around him like sharks, and they will finally chomp down. GG How, a 13th round.
And that's perfectly managed. You know, KRB taking that attention away from Issa, who was doubled up together with him. They go their separate ways. KRB on a foot race to keep a handle on that A bomb site. And it actually didn't matter whether he came away with a kill or not. All that mattered was that his nameplate was shown, because once they dealt with him, yeah, they're not expecting to have to worry about their flanks so fast. They were there moments ago. How on earth could he be behind us in bathroom?
Issa's timing was just perfect there. A little bit of luck and a lot of skill. To scale the bathroom the way he did. GG How. Again, a breath of relief for them, and VC, they know that they still do have to fight back hard on this terrorist side. What is that position from Fozy? I get the idea of the off angle, but a little too exposed. Regardless, he hits the shot, and Issa holds his end of the bargain over towards long as well. So now we're looking at VC with 3 players alive. A minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Pretty much no pressure that's burdening the shoulders of GG How, as they can simply wait and watch from the bomb sites. They know that the strongest opposition they can face is just 3 players.
Yeah, on Anubis, they had some struggles against scoped weapons. It was 2 AWPs for GG How, but who knew that the second scoped weapon they'd have to fear was Issa on his AUG. Really finding back-to-back rounds where he's had this in his hands. Fozy just plugging away, even on his low health, finding another on that AWP. Although meanwhile, Issa has closed the gap. He'll play close. Fozy gets the service distraction, and that should leave them unsuspicious about Issa right in the thick of it. Catches the bomb, and Rooney, not even sure that he knew where he got shot from, but KRB collects on another frag. GG How, back-to-back rounds starting into this overtime.
Issa is just so unexpected right now. For a couple of rounds, he sticks to that AUG, and his timings are just impeccable to punish them twice. If you're in VC's shoes, you are trembling.
But I just love that. In the scenarios that he's found himself in with the 2 stand-ins, KRB and Fozy, both of them have responded in kind to his plays to say, listen, you can, I might just sell you down the river, but I'll win the round for you.
Well, bit of a harder opening this time for GG How, and Fozy maybe a little unlucky on the timing with his right click, which is why he does get caught out. A 3v5, and where it was a little bit more comfort for GG How in the previous round, we could say the same about VC this time around. You know, Mini, he's a great rifler, he's done some great damage, but up against 4, barreling his way, does not have a snowball's chance in hell. And Vital, knowing that this is the last round of the first overtime half, he's going to have to throw himself at it. This is the point where you just pad your HLTV stats, because a 1v5, nah.
Especially when you're freshly smoked off, you hear 3 AKs shooting through smokes, so any prospect of you trying to walk through and catch them off guard, very unlikely. Yeah, not exactly a comfortable position, and not one that he'll accomplish much in either. Rooney getting a triple to send us with at least 1 round out of that half here for VC. We now move into the second half of this first overtime, where everyone's going to have to try and remember what on earth worked on these sides of the map. GG How definitely had some great results just finding opening picks, finding man advantages. VC never really went for aggressive territory control. You know, we never had these double plays into connector. We never really saw much success from short order control. They played fairly contained, and when they did dare venture out, frequently punished for it. Once again, it'll be kind of more of the same for very defensive setup, but GG How, none the wiser, is still expending a lot of their utility to clear out all these nooks and crannies. Once again, opening 40-50 seconds of a round.
Yeah, the problem is always going to be that when you're playing in overtime, right, you don't have to deal with a lot of the contingencies, the issues that come up, such as the economy problems. So GG How, they are going to be fighting against a fully locked and loaded VC. Now, that AWP in the hands of Vark, it worked incredibly well on Anubis. We'll see if it does that again. Smoke allowing quite a bit of mobility closer to the bomb site, and with 40 seconds, Michael, this is looking a little scary.
It's looking dangerous, but you start to see these players gravitate over towards that A bomb site, but they call it off. Deos says, no, you stay, I go, but Vark now getting contact over at long, may have spotted the bomb alongside it as well, but doesn't seem like they're working off that information. Now the util sailing out for GG How. They're caught off on an off timing because of that AWP of Vark, but now reinforcements is en route, and they don't have smokes that are down. They're not actually detracting from these angles of contention, and VC, Vark is trying to close that gap, and he'll find a kill, but Kirby and Mini answer back instantly, and Havoc simply overwhelmed. Too many angles to face simultaneously. GG How, a late round finish, but they get it done.
That was one of the most clench-worthy rounds we've watched in this series. The fact that it comes down to the last 8-9 seconds, and Vark tried to cheat them off of the bomb, right? But that is what ended up making it an even more favorable retake for GG How.
Yeah.
It's honestly a bit lucky that Vark even gets that pixel shot onto the player that's crouching behind the wall before he dies, because that still gave them a bit of a fighting chance in the retake. But GG How, they've done incredible work. At the very least, individually, even if their team play looked a little bit off heading into the bomb site. Like, coming down to 20 seconds, 25 seconds, that's obviously cutting it a little too close. And, you know, VC, they had their players in order. They were almost in the right positions, but they simply cannot close it now. No more lifelines remaining for VC. Could potentially be the final round for them before they get dropped into the lower bracket, unless they can push back against GG How.
First challenge, and a Molotov drawn. Kirby completely caught, but Vark's escape is covered. He'll try and challenge right back into Fozy. He smoked it off and hoped that Fozy would give up the angle. Wouldn't anticipate him to go for another challenge inside of Connector. So his efforts go 1 for 1. It goes traded.
Unfortunately, 1-for-1 efforts on the CT side. They're generally not something you're looking forward to. Fewer defenses on either side.
I mean, especially when you're going for a high value presence inside of Connector. You know, to lose that in the opening 30 seconds is painful.
Oh, and look at GG How. They're just barreling straight into the B bomb site. Both defenders fallen. Vital and Mini unleashed as they head into the B bomb site. Deos and Rooney, they have to try to keep them alive in this upper bracket. Utility coming through. Deos, he's running through the flames, but they will consume him. Cherry from Issa on top with a bullet, and Rooney, he's going to try and find a 1 versus 3, but Fozy is too quick on that AWP. GG How, 16-13, and a 2-0, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did feel as though they were going to end up in this kind of a result. It got a little bit shaky. There were some very important rounds by VC towards the end of regulation, but when we get to that overtime, it felt like a different beast. You know, we couldn't find that same production, that same almost blasé peaking from some of the players on VC that actually propelled them to get into the overtime in the first place. Just a little shortchanged towards the end. So we have had our first result within the upper bracket. In fact, we've had both results within the upper bracket. Onyx Ravens being able to get past no chance in that opening round as well, which means
pretty comfortably too.
Yeah, I mean, the first map was a little bit close, but the second was a complete one-sided showing. So happy for the Onyx Ravens. Our two, what I would pin as our two favorites coming into this close qualifier, succeeding in meeting in that upper bracket final straight away.
Yeah, and you know, GG How versus Onyx Ravens, that's going to be such a fun game to watch, because you can already see that VC, they were actually pretty threatening to GG Hao, taking them all the way to overtime. And honestly, if I had to frame it a certain way, I would say that Onyx Ravens are like a supercharged version of VC, but then they actually also have the structure, the calling of Hedram and so on.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to be quite the head-to-head, because we saw quite a few cracks in the armor for GG Hao throughout that series. There were moments of weakness, there were moments of strength as well. So when we end up in that head-to-head, if you're saying Onyx are comparable but more reinforced, more structured to a certain degree, it'll be a very, very interesting battle. And it's the battle that we're actually going to be able to watch ourselves when we come back from a break. We are going to have a bit of an extension. We're not going to have, we're not going to completely work these players bone dry. We're going to give them a bit of time to set up and prepare themselves for the game ahead. Of course, after the break, it will be the upper bracket finals between GG Hao and the Onyx Ravens. But we'll be back with that action after this.
Keep living in the dark. Nothing feels right, my thoughts are unclear. I just wish that you were here. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking a toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you were mine. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking a toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Someone new, 'cause I'm never sober when got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near.
clouds, I'm breathing a silhouette of meaning into my lungs, inhaling. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. That same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, let go. Come on up and just let that go. Let it go, 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 let it go.
little, babe. And I gave you all of my heart. If I met you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Come on, baby, in the middle, babe. And I'll give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your
Can't go if it ain't above my door. Don't go, my phone got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it overflow. So cold, I'm froze. Only thing on me is gold. Can't go if it ain't above my door. Don't go, my phone got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it overflow. So cold, I'm froze. Only thing on me is gold.
It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at night. 'Cause in my mind desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. And you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away alone, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get listen to the beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright. Just to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Set me close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? So what? So what? So what? So what? My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Caught up in emotions, think I'm losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this. I
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
just wanna feel your touch, yeah. Always one night together. Baby, take me higher. Always one night together. I can feel the fire. Always one night together. Baby, take me higher. You're taking over my love. I just wanna feel your touch. Always one night together. I can feel
wherever I go.
You came in with the tide, boy. Falling stars that collide. Oh, you and I, we were great till we fell down. So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
no secrets.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm in awe of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade them. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
Listen to the sound, like a promise in the wind. Will you find a rainbow and can you keep the pace, my friend? Running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for bigger action, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're on the chain reaction, and the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. All days, all you had. Go on, don't turn around. Welcome to a brave new world. Around the way you bound. Running down the road, running down the road, running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction, we're looking for did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way.
you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Kick back, relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Now we've been dancing all night. You take me to a place I wanna be. So let's ignore the sunlight. All that matters now is you and me. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the
beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history. Beautiful life, beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down, we go down in history. If we go down, we go down in history.
Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road. We spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup MENA qualifiers, so the close qualifiers, as we're trying to find our local heroes for the event. We're still within the upper bracket. The first round of games already concluding. We had GJ How and Onyx Ravens being able to win out on their opening games, 2-0 both respectively, but one was definitely closer than the other. GJ How having some struggles against VC in that opening round, while the Onyx Ravens had a rocky first map, but then just kind of coasted through their second map in the series. So we have a nice head-to-head laid out for us as far as these two teams clashing out in this upper bracket.
Yeah, honestly, like some really solid performances from Onyx Ravens. And, you know, we were talking about how Onyx Ravens might be like a more spruced up version of VC, but with like actual IGLing. And with how shaky GG How looked in so many of these little instances, there's a very good chance that Onyx Ravens are going to overwhelm them. And, you know, if you're just looking at it from the surface, you're like, yeah, GG How, they've got the brand value and this and that. But, man, Onyx Ravens are absolutely no slouches. And if you look back at their attempt at making it to the RMR, they lost to, I believe it was 15 average. And, you know, this is a little bit sad, but like the team they did lose to ended up having a player banned for cheating. So, yeah, up until that mark, they were doing pretty well.
Yeah, and they couldn't get visas anyway to go to the event, and somebody else went instead of the Onyx Ravens. I imagine because it was probably quicker for them to get their visa sorted than the Onyx Ravens themselves. So yeah, a pretty sad state of affairs for them to have missed out on that RMR opportunity. But funnily enough, these two teams, as far as like the cores of them, have played each other for the RMRs. They faced pretty early on. I think it was actually in a qualifying game to make it to the Asia RMR in the first place, which GJ How were able to win over the Onyx Ravens, albeit it was quite a back and forth series. And so that's kind of what I'm expecting to see again today, even though we have slightly different rosters. You know, you have I think Oscar in for Tudson, who was you know supposed to be this sort of star import to a certain degree, but he's had his own sort of personal struggles and you know to try and overcome. So I'm kind of hoping that Oscar can perform and actually live up to what Tudson was able to do in terms of like a minimum output, as well as you know the same stars for GJ How actually sort of rearing their heads, because now you don't have to, I guess, worry or utilize players like Elian, who were at one point or another one of the strongest top tier 2 AWPers that you could have found, and had just like a massive fall from grace alongside players like Davkos, who, you know, he's been able to be consistent for a long time, but no longer a part of this roster, or at least not involved as far as this close qualifier is concerned.
Yeah, definitely not part of the EWC, but Onyx Ravens, man, I actually feel like the fact that they've brought a new player in, because of the fact that Tudson wasn't really able to perform as well as he was sort of projected to, I think Onyx Ravens are honestly just a much more upgraded version of themselves, and I think they've also had a little bit more time to marinate now as a team, which is why I'm honestly much more hopeful, and I'm really looking forward to how well they can play against GG How. Now, of course, there's one more added element to this. The last time they went up against GG How, it was a pretty close affair. It was a while ago, sure. So now you're maybe looking at an upgraded Onyx Ravens with a little bit more time under their belt, and they're up against a GG How that should be, on paper, a somewhat weakened version of themselves. Even if you have like good players coming in, the team aspect, it's definitely going to be threatened, especially when you're looking at the IGL potential of someone like Edram.
Yeah, you're kind of missing on layers of complexity when you're bringing in imports, or you're bringing in stand-ins or substitutes. I don't know what you want to classify these players as. I don't know if this is like a trial period for them or what have you, but you know, the expectation is that by bringing these players in, they're going to perform quite well. Now, I guess the next conversation we're going to have to end up on is where on Earth we're even going to have the bout between these two squads, because I think Onyx Ravens, from my understanding, don't like playing Inferno. I hate it too, so I don't blame them. And GJ How has been banning out Mirage pretty consistently, so I'm actually expecting to see an Overpass decider. I was going to get there, but I guess I didn't really anticipate Ancient and Anubis being the first two that we would see in this series. I'd almost kind of hoped that we would actually, weirdly, GJ How banned out Nuke. They floated
Yeah,
that
and
Mirage.
interestingly enough, they were also not the ones to ban Mirage, because you were talking about how Onyx Ravens, they're not shying away from Mirage. It ends up being GG How banning Nuke and Vertigo, so a little bit different than what I would have personally expected. Honestly, kind of glad that they've banned Vertigo, because from recent developments within Vertigo, I've just noticed that if you don't have a team effort going on, if there's any timing that you're going to miss, you're going to get immediately punished for it, and I think Onyx Ravens would have taken full advantage of it. So we'll be seeing Ancient, Anubis, and the third map being Overpass. It'll be pretty fun to watch, in my opinion, especially with how good I think the individuals can be on Ancient. As far as Onyx Ravens, as far as Onyx Ravens is concerned, I really like watching Osama's on Ancient. I want to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of excited to see how these guys go toe for toe. If you're sort of painting this picture for me about them being VC, but more upgraded, better structure. Hell, I mean, I would agree with you in that they've had more time to marinate and get cooking in the kitchen for this potential close qualifier for this bout. I'm excited for what the Onyx Ravens are going to offer up, and it will be our first map in Ancient, their pick in the series. T-side that has a full belt of utility spread across several players, and for now, uncontested. GJ How with a very, very defensive setup, very reinforced on that A bomb site as well, and they'd be right in their assumptions, especially with that red room smoke now fading. Fozy's going to realize exactly what they had waiting for him.
Oh, this little slowdown actually gives GG How a fair bit of time to react as well. And now, it's just a bit of a waiting game between both of the teams. A stalemate before they start to push forward. The bomb also tucked into Donut does signify that they might just start to push in, but before they can make it through, Issa will already find a head. Fozy does some damage as well. There are a couple players still waiting. This is getting a little dicey for Onyx Ravens. Straight into CT, Vital is waiting on the other end. Man, this is just a disaster on all accounts. Oscar, 1-on-4, but no chance against the dualies of Mini.
Yeah, I think the Onyx Ravens, I mean, I love the concept. Effectively a two-stage execute. You know, a smoke down mid, they try and converge themselves towards Donut, and in that little break in the action, effectively leaving and sowing the seed of doubt that maybe they could double back, maybe they don't continue to commit to that A bomb site. But GJ House started with 3A, and they maintained that setup throughout, so they weren't really going anywhere. And as soon as they saw that smoke sail out from Donut towards CT, they had all the affirmation that they possibly needed. So yeah, I think Onyx Ravens missing that timing, getting spotted on that red smoke fade. They're going straight in with the force buy in that second round, not getting that plant down, but they find a lot of success. I mean, 3 rapid kills onto that B play, and they get the bomb down. GJ How completely tapped out of this round.
That is just nuts. The fact that GG How are immediately overwhelmed by Onyx Ravens, that is honestly already a pretty negative sign, because if you throw it back to when they were playing against VC, we were constantly seeing these moments where VC was overpowering them with just the pistols, these crappily put together buys, and if this is anything to go off of, I think Onyx Ravens might also be brewing that kind of chaos.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably do a much better job at converting some of those rifle rounds alongside winning rounds like these. So that will be a very big fear for GJ How. They had to battle their demons to have some confidence when they knew that they were going to be against pistols or weaker weapons on the other side of things. And once again, immediately knocked down a peg by a buy. Very similar. So
interestingly enough, I think Fozy was toying around with the idea of purchasing the AWP, but he doesn't want to be completely left on an island. Instead, he has an MP9 passed over from Issa, and that will allow him to keep his economy good for a little while longer. And when that AWP does eventually come in...
Sorry, I hate to break it to you. I think he was just kind of ferrying that along so that Vital could get his hands on the MP9. So Fozy's going to buy his own gun.
No, so what I was thinking was maybe he was going to go for something much more conservative so he can have like much better long-term economy to supplement his AWP with utility.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that as being a potential philosophy for them to hold, but unfortunately, I don't think that's what they have brewed up. You know, they're not thinking as big picture as you are for us. They're thinking about the here and now. And it ain't always easy to sort of manage how the economy is going to pan out, especially when you're, you know, CT side, winning pistol, and then immediately losing second round. You know, if that happens to you on T side, it's not great, but on CT, it feels like it is much worse. So, unfortunately, we've encountered a small technical hiccup, but we're hoping that we can iron that out fairly soon. But who's to say how long that is going to be? We've had our fair share of technical issues that are gone in a minute. Sometimes they'll last 10. So we're going to shoot off to a small little break, and when we're back, the action should resume.
Nothing feels right, my thoughts are unclear. I just wish that you were here. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is
Well, that was a very fast break indeed. Okay, I hope you didn't get up out of your seat, because you better sit back down right now. DJ Hal trying to bounce back after Onyx Raven overturned after losing the pistol round. Let's see how they bounce right into it. Posey did buy that orb. He does have a lack of armor, but he's hoping that he can rattle a few bodies before it even matters.
Great, so all that toying around, and then we finally see him on the op.
Yep. All that theory crafting, and none of it was real.
We basically just wrote a fan fiction.
I'm proud of us.
Very. Oh, Kirby. Kind of letting himself be a little too exposed here. Edgerom does have an MP9 in his hands, and he could be overwhelmed. That is info. And Taiki, just so good on that AK, is able to equalize the numbers. Now, Onyx Ravens, they've got a few options here, but A is definitely the more difficult one. If they head on to the A site, they have to deal with a player behind the box. A second prong into Donut 2. A red room control still not firmly established by Osama's. He still needs to try and get ready to wrap around CT. So for now, Pokemon and Oscar, they're on their own. Oh, Mini should be able to close this out. The distractions are perfect for Mini. He's got all the time in the world. Here it comes. The MP9 being a menace. But it's not actually a whole lot of damage. It's just one player so far. And Mini is still trying to be useful here. But they've isolated Kirby and Donut. Mini still trying to take these quick little peeks. But time is ticking down. And it's just discomfort across the board for Onyx Ravens, who are just trying to carve some time out for themselves to just punch these numbers in. They finally do when Mini and Kirby, they're so low on health, Michael.
But are they going to read in the fact that Kirby is repositioned so well? Oh, catching just the edge of Oscar, but still surviving. This man has taken several bullets to the chest and still alive and kicking, offering up this buffer before Osama's is even required. And Oscar hitting that instant headshot. Kirby knows 4 HP ain't enough, not when an SMG's around the corner. Onyx Ravens, that looked awkward. They were pincered in. They couldn't get safety or sanctuary when they were trying to go in for that plant. And even with all of the chaos that's brewing, the seeds of doubt that Kirby's sowing, they still get that plant in. And Oscar goes kind of above and beyond just serving as bodyguard.
Yeah, the problem is that Mini's responsibility there was to make sure that he gets a lot of damage done for the amount of space that he had given up to them on the bomb site. Unfortunately, he just ended up going 1 for 1, and that's not enough when you've been granted so much space, so much distraction by your teammates. GG, how?
I did kind of wonder. I think Oscar actually saw Mini at the big box. He seemed like he was sort of jumping around and looking at it. But Pokemon, I don't think, got the memo in time, which just felt like a minor comms breakdown, but it doesn't matter if Onyx Ravens were able to control on the round. Nice flick from Oscar. Lands the tag onto Kirby, saved M4. No one investing on armor here on the GJ House side, so no better hands that can still wield this.
Ooh, good
damn.
shot from Osama's. Yeah, Osama's definitely a top-tier rifler. I've queued into him a few times, and my win rate is about 0% on the MENA servers. Yeah.
NT.
I'm actually very fond of Osama's Ancient because of one thing that really sticks out to me in memory. I remember I did something really dumb on Ancient, and I remember him just like taking a time out and being like, Walderi, tell me, if there's a person here, where do you rotate from? Option A, this, option B, that. And then I'm like, of course, option B. And he's like, okay, but why did you rotate from option A then?
Damn. And I gave you a timeout to give you a lesson.
It wasn't even like he was talking down to me or anything, but he legitimately, I think he just had a bit of a breakdown because of what the horrible play that he just saw, and he just took the liberty to educate me, and I really respect him for that. You know, he didn't like erupt or anything. He just took some time.
A teacher's brain. Or maybe the heart of a competitor. 3-1 at the start. Onyx Ravens bouncing back after losing that opening pistol round, but have looked great ever since. Some close rounds, sure, but this is the first well they'll start at a clean deficit. DJ Howe finding a couple of nice kills, one through smoke, the other they tried to permeate right past it, and trades just continue to fall the way of DJ Howe on top of their advantage that they had already found. So Osama's and Oscar will remain, but Osama's did lock Mini straight into Donut, so there is some space that can be taken and some attempts made on this A-bomb site that DJ Howe are going to have to fully respect.
And the interesting thing is that Oscar will be able to get so much space on the B bomb site that if he can get his individual kill going on, all of a sudden, this might be a very contentious round for Onyx Ravens. There's a big chunk of information missing here. Osama's just waiting it out. And as it try to come back into Donut, it's some damage onto Issa, but Oscar, he's going to have to do it solo, but no. He's prioritizing the AWP maybe, a little more worried about the flank, softening up the enemy team before he really commits to that bomb plant, but 30 seconds to go certainly isn't making anything easier. If he does decide to cross on over, he will have to potentially deal with the crossfire, which hasn't materialized just yet. There's info, that's the shot. Oscar, 2 points of health and a dream, but he's not committed just yet. Fozy expecting the push, sees the barrel, and that's info. Here he comes. Oh my goodness, no scope to get it done. 1-on-3, beautifully played.
Yeah, the first time he backed off to ramp, that was just because Vital played it so well. A Molotov that greeted him over at long, and he got a molly right on top of that planter position, and Oscar doesn't have the health to trade. He doesn't want to sit in that molly, so he actively hunts, finds an opening kill, and because a player was already inside of Cave, another one section to long, the fact that he doesn't reveal where he's going off to, he doesn't make sound, doesn't scope in. There was a lot of doubt being sowed there from GJ Howe that he could have started to flank that player in Cave, even started to think about going off of ledge to Donut to the A-bomb site, and they have to be able to cut off those expectations. That's why Fozy is so far away from Vital in that moment. But perfect target isolation, perfect shooting. That 1-on-3 from Oscar gonna have massive ripples on this game. Already some close 2v2s and 2vx's that the Onyx Ravens are threatening very heavily, but
yeah,
that was a 2-on-4.
I want to take you back to the VC game, and you could tell that GG Howe oftentimes in the retakes and the 2vx's, things like that, GG Howe were winning most of them, right? We weren't really seeing any lights out clutches, even if we were seeing like these early round performances from the likes of Vark. When you bring it to Onyx Ravens, they're the type of team that will win clutches. They're the type of team that will be happy to equate GG Howe, meet them where they're at in terms of skill. It's a nice little shot onto Taiki with the Deagle, but ultimately meaningless. Especially with Pokemon doing more damage, and Osama's taking care of the final nail in the coffin. Pretty comfortable so far for Onyx Ravens, and GG Howe, now they're going to have the money rolling back into their cash register to bring out some of the big boy weapons. Fozy, again, on a signature weapon. Everybody else on the A1Ss, and Util.
This will be a big test now. I mean, we had some pretty outstanding performances from players like Fozy. Hell, even, I mean, Kierby and Mini. Mini took a little bit of time to get engaged, but when we had him, it was a thrill to watch. Now a real big test, but a missed shot from Fozy, and it's immediately capitalized upon. Oscar punishing that action, and Kierby floored by Osama's. Really trying to take that space into Donut, but Osama slips the smoke as well. They just completely trounce and run over GG How. This is a full investment round. They make this look easier than when they were against Deagles the round prior.
Man, Kierby's attempt to get back into the bomb site when he's that far into Donut is actually so sloppily played. He ends up just running util out into players that have rifles out, and then you see that aggression from Osama's into Donuts. That's just a firepower diff. Like, Onyx Ravens are showing that they're here to play. Osama's already going 11-3.
So I have to wonder, you know, there's definitely conversations that are had when, especially as someone that watches a lot of Asian Counter-Strike, when I know that there's an underdog Asian CS team, even though they've got talent, if any of them, I mean, if I'm thinking like, even like a Lin Vision versus an old Tyloo, you know, I'm thinking like Kaze, Jam Young, those types of players. I did feel like there was almost a fear factor that these are the accomplished guys from our region. We are the underdogs. We know we're the underdogs, and they play scared because of it. Is that a mentality that permeates to, from your experience, the Middle Eastern players?
Oh, I don't think it manifests itself at all when it comes to players like the players who are in Onyx Ravens, especially because of the type of experience they have. Like Edram, I think just as a player in general, and also the fact that he's like in the later stages of his career, and like I think he's like 29 years old, maybe 30. So I think he just has like a lot of veterancy under his belt, and he can definitely maintain composure in that regard. And all the other players, you know, they're not too young. I think the youngest player is Tiny, and he's still 21 years old. It's very easy for them to maintain composure, in my opinion. Fozy, ooh, thought he could have maybe done a little bit more with the 5-7. But no.
Yeah, I just try and think of it from the perspective of, you know, you're against Kierby in the server. You know, major MVP. One of the youngest. Major winner. One of the youngest.
I don't think they're worried when it's just Kierby on his own. Especially because they're cognizant of the fact that one player on his own can't entirely change the outcome of the game, especially because there have been players within the Middle Eastern region, like Boros, who they've beaten while he was in the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
So they're already over that whole idea of, oh man, we've got Kierby on the enemy team. No, don't worry about it. I mean, we've played against Boros. It's no biggie.
They've humanized people already.
Yeah, basically. And, you know, it is a very important point that you bring up. I think just the psychological aspect of being like, oh no, we're playing against the big dogs, that definitely changes the way you play. And Onyx Ravens, they're not willing to respect that kind of attitude. They're just going straight in. You can tell that Osama's always plays like he's the big dog. He doesn't respect the space that you generally are granted when you're the bigger team.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, because I think smaller or weaker regions, you know, whether or not that is true for either facet, sometimes are held back by that fear of failure versus the greats of your region. So, yeah, really taking a fight to GG How now. 7-1 start on this T side, and starting off with another opening pick, and they're finding successful trades. Tyke able to get 2 as they tried to walk through that B ramp smoke. They are taking gambles, they are taking risks, and they are not panning out for GG How.
Such a comfortable round so far for Onyx Ravens, and Mini is going to bring the numbers a little bit closer. Maybe if Kierby can sweeten the deal a little bit, we could talk about this 2 versus 4. Good flick, getting off the bomb. Oscar, cognizant of the potential of Kierby going for the full wide swing. Mini, position given up, and quickly the realization that he's got to back off does start to hit. I'm not actually sure about that, though. I think he might just wager the 1v2 anyway.
Just hoping to throw a bit of misdirection. Audibles running back to spawn, but they're both hyper fixated on this position. They weren't going to respect that timing until it was even possible. If he wanted to walk all the way through mid to ledge to cave, that would have taken him far too long.
Man, Oscar is going 10-1 right now. I just had to like clean my glasses to make sure it's not Oscar with a K.
I mean, based on what I've seen so far, this Oscar's maybe better than Oscar with a K. Maybe not in his heyday, but in the here and now, Oscar is doing absolute bits here for the Onyx Ravens. But it's not been a one-man show. There have been many different players here for the Onyx Ravens stepping up to the plate. Like is one of them, but will get floored after his first. Being able to find that trade, there is a gun dropped onto ledge, and these players are on pistols, so might be some importance wagered. I'm trying to retrieve that weapon. Ooh, but a flurry of Molotovs sent over towards that B bomb site, but they're vacating. They're hoping to relink with Pokemon. Try and go for some kind of A-side convergence, and based on the numbers game, this is the weaker bomb site.
I mean, whatever bomb site they go to, it's weak enough, I think, because there's simply not much in terms of firepower. Mini, he's played this position before, and I think Onyx Ravens might be a little wary to double-check that. Could be getting caught out in the movement. Mini, there's one, but Pokemon is too quick. 2 for 2. Issa, he does have a rifle, but Fozy doesn't really have the same firepower backing him up. The Op and AK combo can definitely be very hard to fight back against. And Oscar is already making that information known. Fozy, Deagle in hand. Lots to do, no kit. I think the whole idea here for him is just to maybe try and get a weapon out of their hands and run away with it. No information shown. I just love this conservative style of play from Onyx Ravens. Bit of a mess up from Fozy, even if he does get the kill and the recovered AWP. Pokemon has done a good job. Uh-oh.
Fozy's dead.
Pokemon even survives that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
A couple
Tags
shots
him
just
up.
to keep Fozy busy. And
Just for
as
good
soon as-
measure.
As soon as he landed those tags, Fozy knew as well. I can't even run from this anymore.
I'm kind of surprised that GG How aren't just going for a timeout or something. Did we see a timeout earlier? Maybe I was
Yeah.
zoned out.
They called one already. That's why I asked you that question about mentality.
Ah.
But
I was just too focused on the specifics. I think I just blanked out on the.
no,
at
I
that
mean
point.
the timeout did sail by pretty quickly, and we saw very little to sort of tangibly assess how well that timeout worked for GG How.
Yeah, like basically, blink and you miss it as far as the whole narrative of the game is concerned. The type of game that is streamed on an Instagram story and not on Twitch. Is that a little too harsh?
I mean, it's fair. This game has sailed by. GG How won the pistol and have lost 9 rounds straight.
By the way, we're not even seeing the potential of Edram and Pokemon yet. Like, Pokemon's kind of just cruising by. Not like he has, not like he has to do anything because his teammates are just getting all the work done. Edram hasn't really gotten into too many engagements either. They're fine to just coast by, and I think that might just continue to be the pace of the game unless GG How's new approach to aggression works. A headshot through the box, that is info given up, and Vital, his attempts will also drop to nothing. Man, there's
Well,
so little going the way of GG How.
Oh, I mean, I don't even think they're really in this game, and I love that you talk about Eshram and Pokemon, and they're the only two that have found frags so far in this round. Double kills for the lot of them, and Osama's will be the one that adds onto a 5th. Listen, I don't know what is happening, but right now, the Onyx Ravens are completely picking GG How apart. We've seen one round where GG How have tried to get aggressive and take B lane control, and they got decimated, and they have been shell-shocked.
Reminder,
they are stood still.
GG How only won the pistol round.
I know. I can't believe it. They have... This isn't just a case of, oh, well, economic circumstance, oh, well, they're getting destroyed. Like, that was a good peak, whatever. Every fight, I feel like they are on the worst end of any exchange.
Yeah, Onyx Ravens are definitely showing that they're happy to provide the firepower diff, but Mini wants to still try and keep his team in the game. It is maybe a tiny bit of a resurgence, a confidence builder perhaps, but not much margin left at all. It would have to be a monstrous terrorist side from GG How. And we do finally see at least some exchanges being won, but it might be a little too late, Michael.
Yeah, last round of the half, and that's where Mini finds his double, and Issa also succeeds in isolated duels. They started 4B, but Mini didn't need the help. He didn't need the support. Can't finish off on a triple. Sama's trying to make this round as interesting as possible, but at the same time, second to transit to A main if he wants his hands on that package, and he is boxed in, nestled in that corner, and hounded down. A second round found for GG How. Let's see if that's enough in the second half.
That same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing. Bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
A 10-2 half where GG How only, what, they're the bread of this whole sandwich. They are the top and the bottom. They got the first round and the last out of that half, but none of the meat and or any of the vegetables in the middle. That's all the Onyx Ravens. That's the actual part of the sandwich you wanted.
You're being very generous. I think they've barely made it as the crust right now.
Well, I'm hoping that they find some way to turn those crumbs into a whole damn meal, because they're gonna need it. 2 rounds doesn't feel like enough. This pistol would help.
Onyx Ravens. Oh, they've got all the info in the world. Oscar, he is shutting them down bullet by bullet. Eventually does fall, but that's okay because of the infinite amounts of space he's created. Bit of a bounce back from Fozy and Kirby. A 2v3. that they could negotiate with. Pokemon lets them start crossing over, but he's a little too antsy. Audio info given up, but that's okay because Taiki comes in clutch. Fozy still expecting there to be a player in the ace site, but no. Taiki run and gun. And honestly, Michael, this is already looking a little over.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Perfect positioning from Oscar, and then great communication between the Onyx Ravens towards the end there. I mean, effectively triple flanking on what GJ Howe thought was a bit of a reroute or a detour that might throw the Onyx Raven out for a little bit of a spin, but Pokemon, a nice committed wide swing when he knew he had two players right behind him that could actually just line up an easier shot than he could, really. Just playing very in sync at the moment, and GJ Howe, a sinking ship. What else could you do, aside from force buy, when you're staring down the barrel of an 11-2 scoreline?
Taiki
Good way to start. That was a lot of damage, but there are trades, and it's all on Ezra really to stand and hold the fort, and he's done a solid enough job. Rotates are here now, and these weapons clean up nicely. So, nice job from Ezra. Kept himself composed, like you said he would.
I think GG Howe are already just like flipping the page over. They're like, yeah, so what are we doing on the next map again? It's Anubis, right?
Yes, it is going to be Anubis. But for now, we're still on Ancient, and as much as I want a new GG Howe, Anubis ain't here yet. But it could be very soon. 1-for-1 exchange. Fozy actually found a kill straight through smoke. Osamas was spamming, and Oscar is the one that caught the bullet.
GG Howe basically don't even get to play a gun round on the terrorist side. Like, they didn't leave themselves any margin. Ooh. Okay. This skin... I mean, I'm still not very hopeful, right? Because a 10-round climb, I really have enough faith in Onyx Ravens to close it out with a 10-round margin. But you never know.
Yeah. Anything can happen in Counter-Strike.
Gotta stay true to your Justin Bieber loyalty and say, never say never.
I can't even fight back. Osama able to get one back, but Pokemon's all that's left, and there's already a Siphon rotate. It's lying in wait to greet Pokemon with a bullet straight to the back of the head. A third round for GG Howe, but hard to get excited when like you were saying, it has to be 10 rounds straight, and that is certainly something. Don't be deceived as well. This is not series point. This is map point that the Onyx Ravens currently sit upon. Are they really going for the force buy? Now, I don't blame them. I get it. You've got a 9-round buffer, but also you could easily just concede this round and get a rubber full buy next round, couldn't you? Maybe not. Wouldn't be as full.
I mean, I was gonna make some kind of argument like, oh, maybe they don't want to lose their confidence or this or that, but I mean, unless their confidence is basically just Swiss cheese that has holes in it, I don't think that should be a problem. Like, I think they should be okay with conceding the round.
Yeah, I mean, you could have come in with 3 players with armor as Deagles, 2 players without armor and Deagles, and, you know, put up a solid effort. But they're getting destroyed. GG Howe doing a solid job of clearing out a myriad of different angles, and also just not getting caught off by any of the traps that Onyx Ravens set. So, find themselves a bit more time. Another round where, I mean, because of that, they should propel themselves in with another as well. It should be a complete lack of investment from the Onyx Ravens in response. It's all about saving face and creating a bit of confidence for yourself, because if we end up on that Anubis and this scoreline read 13-2 when you won pistol, yeah, it wouldn't look pretty.
This is the type of these are the types of rounds that you have to win, so that when analysts and commentators look at your scorelines later, like just half-heartedly glance at the statistics, they look a little bit better.
Yeah, they're like, he tried. It was a losing effort, but he was doing his part.
A losing effort is just such a negative way to phrase things, honestly.
You know, it was all in vain, but attempts were made.
My parents describing my career opportunities.
Me describing my academic pursuits.
We'll talk in the DMs about this.
Yeah, we've both clearly got baggage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised at that range. Poke very well studied on that.
I've always thought about how good Rops is at just having a good estimation of how far the Zeus is going to hit. Like, it seems like his Zeus reaches further than everybody else. So it's nice to see somebody else hit it for a change.
Yeah, I know. The thing is that Rops is, I guess, like, his studying of those angles has inspired a whole new breed of players that are all inspired to use the Zeus in the same cheeky ways. And I love and hate it. It's exactly what the game can provide, equal chances. But to be honest, this round has developed quite strangely here for GG How. A chance for Onyx Ravens to have jumped on that bomb, start to stick it, but they know that they could get fully spammed. But they need to now fully commit to that, and there is no chance that they can actually protect that diffuser. They're doing a whole lot of damage to GG How. They thought this was going to be a simple push over, but they were tested much further than they were against the force buy. It didn't look like a round that was going to develop in an Onyx victory. You know, it felt pretty clear-cut, but even in the 3v3, it got very awkward.
This kind of firepower is basically what Onyx Ravens were expecting in their first force buy, because they were like, yeah, we'll just get something done. But with fewer resources, yeah, they did make a pretty big dent regardless. Now, GG How, of course...
They killed everybody.
Oh my god, what did I just watch? Fozy completely butchered by all the utility being thrown right in his face, and before the round even starts, Fozy has to wave bye-bye. 4 players remaining on the GG House squad, and there is plenty of space now for Onyx Ravens to negotiate. Wouldn't be very surprising at all if this is the round that takes us on to Anubis. Because GG How, they are looking a little bit lost. The only, I think, positive thing I could say is that they do have a big chunk of util that they can chuck out.
You can only hope that they deploy it in a way that convinces the Onyx Ravens of a direction that GG How themselves are not committed to. Utilizing fakes when you're in a man disadvantage is to your advantage, especially when you've got as much utility as this, but they won't deploy it. They'll just creep their way in, and Ezram gets floored. Mini equalizing the affair back to a 4-on-4, and there's a smoke down short. They have access to this B bomb site.
Yeah, getting onto the site might not be the hardest affair, but holding on to it, that's a completely different story. Kirby, though, making it a lot easier. Taiki jumps the gun, and he is jumped by the AK. Oscar and Pokemon now in a 2-on-4, and I'm not sure if they want to go for this. Pokemon doesn't even have the appropriate weaponry for it. Knows where the bomber is. A nade chucked out. Oscar, he might just start stopping them in their tracks. Crosses over to avoid bullets. And their responsibility is to try and keep them off the bomb. This is getting so messy. Pokemon creeping up closer with the MP9. Tries to rush in, but he's at least made it palatable for Oscar, who's coming in with the big scoped menace. Slowly clearing out the angles. It's just a matter of waiting for the smoke, and I think Oscar is still toying with the idea of going for it in his head. Simply doesn't have all the margins, though. Timer ticking down halfway. Doesn't have a diffuse kit either. And as soon as he bumps into that wall, he knows that he's wasted quite a bit of time already. And putting it on his back and scurrying away is probably the best course of action. Okay, man.
Well, not before he gets a parting no-scope, apparently. He knew Kirby was going to try and track and hound him down. And so it is another expensive round here for GG How, even on their winning side. But, yeah, these rounds are constantly contested, even when it was 2-on-4. Pokey and Oscar trapped at the back lines of CT, just whittling them down. I said, you know, saving face and recovering rounds is a good way for them to build confidence. But honestly, even the way that they're winning these rounds is not very confidence-inspiring.
They're not building confidence for themselves. They're building confidence for the statistics nerds who won't actually watch the demo and just look at the HL TV scores.
That may be true.
Edge round. That's a bit of an OP Zeus in my book. 12 charges, but not as much damage per charge.
Yeah.
The
sure
Z and
it's always
CZ
that
standing for
accurate.
Zeus, of course. Unironically, I think a Zeus would have been better in that position.
Maybe the C stands for catfish, because he definitely got baited as to the efficacy of his weapon. Neither CZ very successful. In fact, no one's venture successful so far for the Onyx Ravens. Save. Oh! He'll attempt to save it again, but if they give him too many chances, Oscar's going to start to get into a groove.
Nice try. By the way, I think Onyx just took a timeout because I heard something in the chat. And this is where they might actually be feeling a little pressured. Okay, never mind. I don't think
Maybe
that
just
was
hit him with a little nice shot or
a little HP question mark.
HP full. Oh,
Ah,
actually
it was
attack
GG Hao.
called by GG Hao, yeah. Now, very important on a comeback to make sure that everyone is focused on every single major round. This is probably one of those talks where they're trying to get a handle or understanding of how Onyx are going to approach this. They know that they should have an AWP, they should have all the weaponry that they could ask for, alongside most of the utility that they could ask for in the opening stages. You know, we saw one of the previous gun rounds, Fozy just tried to send it out from elbow, hunt that opening pick, and he got bombarded, absolutely obliterated trying to send it out through mid. So, expect that they'll avoid that fight, or that opening.
Yeah.
But how else are they going to take space? What is the other avenue that they're hoping to pursue in the early sort of opening 10 seconds? That might be part of the discussion. Fozy setting up for what looks to be an A-sided start this time instead.
5 steps to take. 5 massive steps to take at the very least. But this is now all of a sudden in the realm of possibility, right? I don't think we were even willing to have that discussion before, but now with Onyx Ravens being significantly threatened, GG Hao, there's a very good chance they can take it to overtime. I'm being a little generous when I say very good chance, but still serviceable. Osama's responsible for red room control. Pokemon buying himself a little bit of space on A. And Vital's kill there onto Oscar. That completely throws the round, a spanner into the round. This amount of red room control, they can very easily sandwich A-side players.
Oh, and there's only one side of this sandwich, and that's all that needs to be done. It's a great backstab. I mean, his timing was impeccable. Osama's thought he had maybe got to Donut in time to see anyone crossing into mid, but Issa had already slipped the net, and those players were simply not ready or in place to address that red room presence. And no saved up as well for the Onyx Ravens. Ezram tried, but it is a fruitless effort. Yeah, GG Hao have closed that gap quite considerably. You know, we came in, we saw that 10-round buffer, and honestly, I did believe that could be it. But now it is the timeout here for the Onyx Ravens.
I
a
think
little bit of fear creeping in.
As soon as I said that GG Hao haven't gotten to play a single gun round, that's the point where the game just completely changed. GG Hao had that little flash in the pan which converted a round where they had nothing to show for. They get weapons off the back of it, they start to get a little bit of momentum, and now Onyx, they're kind of cornered. 4 rounds to go, and 2 of those aren't even going to be fully locked and loaded for Onyx Ravens, so GG Hao, this isn't as monstrous of an effort remaining as it might look on paper. I know, I did say at the start, it would have to be a monster T-side, and man, it has been a T-side and a half. And mad props to Mini, the amount of damage he's done, like he's just been charging up game after game since the first map against VC.
Yeah. hasn't slowed down from map 2 onwards.
This is just a sloppy attempt at, you know, just getting a little bit of damage in, putting the pistols to use, but obviously not really putting any eggs in that particular basket.
Man, that's a great heads up there from Issa. Ledge player was completely unaware of the possibility of a player shooting him from elbow. They went for a boost, so it was a little bit unusual, a bit unorthodox for the peak. And when they disassembled the boost, just immediately spamming for any sort of pursuit. 3 players
I like
are
the
weakened.
fact that GG How, they're still willing to go for these little boosts and things like that, even when on paper they should be like feeling the most pressure right now. They're not capitulating to the potential pressure being brought on from Onyx Ravens. And with a 3-round deficit, I think this is definitely a contender for overtime.
Well, they have 2 more gun rounds to contest. There's this one, and the one at the very end of regulation. But with the way things are going, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Right now, the momentum is firmly in the favor of GG How. I think, as of right now, Onyx Ravens are trying to comb through the ideas of what will work to find an advantage and retain it, because they haven't been able to strike in with that much confidence. The best opening kill we've seen this half from them was when they bombarded Fozy, and even then that was clamoured right back.
To be honest, the mid-round mid-control from Onyx Ravens has been all over the place. Once they get control of middle, it kind of seems like they don't really know what to do with it, which allows for re-aggressions. And they've just been getting punished time and time again. And when they try to abandon it, you'll have somebody like Issa just sneak straight into Red Room. Now, we are seeing some aggression from Onyx Ravens, and they get a fair bit of space onto B ramp. Problem is, GG How, they've read this perfectly. They immediately recede back into passivity. They'll be backing off, waiting for Onyx Ravens to be dispersed in numbers before they strike again. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, this isn't a bad move at all. It's okay to give up some space to Onyx Ravens, especially because of the amount of utility that's been expended by Onyx Ravens just to try and get the space.
Still, if they want to be methodical about this, it'll take quite a lot of resources. Nice grenade into the corner, and the flash as well that follows that up. Pikey gets completely overwhelmed, but look at the shutdown in from lane. Pokemon and Osama's, it's Ezram as well chiming in from middle, and it might have started off with a bit of foot on the gas there for Onyx Ravens. GG How making the right response. They bailed, they backed up, but they can't find the kills right back when they're trying to take that space and get it for themselves. It has been a solid effort to recover this half. 7 rounds in a row. And it might all come to a close unless Fozy can clutch a 1-on-3. Oscar pulled off one himself. The Pokemon gonna pressure, gonna run through the Molotov, and he won't go down to the flames. He's actually immune to them. Solid stuff from Onyx Ravens throughout this entire map, but it didn't feel like it was really that much in doubt until this moment. This felt like a potential turning point, and as soon as it gets to that, Onyx Ravens finally punch it home.
Man, it got really scary there for a second for Onyx Ravens. It was all over the place for the T side of GG How. They were able to do quite a bit of damage, but I'm really glad that Pokemon pulled through there at the end. His double kill, I think it ended up being a triple kill if you include the player that was on the bomb.
Yeah.
That triple kill, I think that basically protected them from overtime. Like, that individual play, that was super necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it was a team effort towards the end from the Onyx Ravens. The only time we actually saw them go for aggressive control when they were on rifles, and it actually ended up panning out quite nicely for them. Some nice ideas from both these teams, but not all of them working, and some real struggles when it came to their CT efforts, and I can only hope that they can muster solid CT efforts when we go into Anubis, but we're going to have to wait to see how Anubis plays out, the second map in the series, coming up after the break.
Hard, it won't give up as long as I am here. I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. emotions, think I'm losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this. I
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
Sorry, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are back into map 2 of GJ Howe versus the Onyx Ravens. That first map was very one-sided until it wasn't. GJ Howe coming back quite considerably, making a real case that they could have actually answered back on their T side, but it all fell a little bit short. And now we head into Anubis, a map that we have seen GJ Howe already perform on against VC, but this is a very different caliber team that they're facing in the Onyx Raven. I think you'd probably agree for us.
Yeah, Onyx Ravens, entirely different team, and honestly, a much more threatening team than VC. Like, if you just watch maybe the first 10 minutes of the match we just commentated on, that scoreline was like, what, 11-1 or something along those lines? 10-2? I can't even remember. But
10-2, yeah.
Yeah, that was super, super convincing for Onyx Ravens, as you mentioned, until it wasn't, right? Now, GG Howe, they're potential run at the comeback. It was stopped short, and Onyx Ravens, honestly, up until the very end, they looked quite comfortable. Now, if they can bring that same comfort onto Anubis, it's going to get really scary. And GG How, honestly, they often do seem like they're fish out of water. It does seem like they're trying to aggressively carve something out in the mid-round, and it's really coming off the back of, like some of the veterancy of KRB, somebody just like forcing a few rounds here and there, but we don't really see a full coordinated team effort in so many of these rounds, especially when you're looking at mid-round conversions, and those are the things that Onyx Ravens are definitely going to punish them on.
Yeah, I think the one benefit that the GJ House side will have is that Mini has been activated. He has turned up considerably. The Anubis was actually that first map in the series versus VC where we noticed Mini was having a little bit more struggles getting engaged. He wasn't as active per se, but he's been pretty much lights out ever since that opening bout. So in a lot of ways, this Anubis should feel more reinforced with the way that he's been able to step up. He had good performances out of players like KRB. Fozy had some high impact moments. I think the squad looked far more composed on Anubis than we ever really got to see against the Onyx Ravens in that first map. So I am hopeful that GG How are going to look better, more composed. I just hope that they come in with the same level of confidence that took them a while to attain on that Anubis versus VC, because they kept getting rocked by these low buy rounds.
To be honest, though, I mean, we're talking about how Mini was really good after he sort of charged up on Anubis, but that's also what really scares me, right? Like, what if Anubis is just a bit of a problem area for him, just the type of map that where he's a little bit more inconsistent on as a player? Because even that Ancient being brought as close as it was, it came off of Mini having, what, 22, 24 kills, something along those lines? It simply wouldn't have happened if Mini wasn't able to turn up. And if he's not able to, if we also see some shaky performances from someone like Fozy, then I think all of this could be closed into bites by Onyx Ravens. So it's definitely a little scary. But on the other hand, Onyx Ravens, they definitely cannot slouch just yet. They can't just take it chill. They know that GG How, with the type of experience, with the type of caliber of the individuals they're facing, they've got to drive this all the way home on this second map.
Yeah, I think what was actually a great sign for the Onyx Ravens is that they basically never slowed down. Even the rounds where they were at heavy deficits, where they were in these 2vx scenarios, they always made a good go of it. They brought them very close. They did damage to the economy. They even won a few of those clutches by being bold, by going for a couple of the more outlandish plays. And I think that's an element of the game that we didn't even really see GG How properly tested on when they went against VC. So yeah, this is going to be a whole different look. It's going to test GG How in a way that they won't be as familiar with, even though it is familiar territory bouting into this second map in this upper bracket. This is to find out who will find themselves in the finals to make it out of this close qualifier. You don't want to end up in that lower bracket. It can be quite a tiresome run. Onyx Ravens already leading a map in the series, and all they need to do is convert on Anubis, lest we go to that third decider map in Overpass. But who's to say we even need it? Onyx Ravens starting T-side on GG How's pick.
Yeah, starting T-side definitely changes things quite a lot. Onyx Ravens are going to get a bit of an advantage early on, but not if Mini has something to do about it. 1-for-1 trades heading straight into the B bomb site. KRB holding with the USP, but he's got to recede a little bit because he's got to wait for his teammates. Numbers dialed. It's all on for the retake now as 3 sets of Kevlar and an unarmored Vital get ready to posture up for the retake. Pokemon being very proactive in this pistol round as Vital and KRB scramble to try and still have some footing in here. KRB running out of bullets and Oscar finally responding in kind with some bullets, but Edgerom's remaining and Edgerom has a P250. KRB only 1 bullet away from certain death. And Edgerom's got info, KRB getting ready for the push, and all it takes is a quick tap to the head to net Onyx Ravens their first round.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon starting off with a lovely entry and then just collecting on more players trying to reconverge onto that B-bomb site via the canals completely shuts down that area of the map. And just because of how proactive and just his ability to find those frags so quickly, he's able to as well swing with his players down towards CT, and they do get rocked. There's a lot of solid fights being won back by GG How. It's very compelling, almost a clutch round for KRB, but Edgerom as that player that honestly did keep a very cool head in several moments in that Ancient as well. Doesn't let that pistol fall too far. Doesn't give KRB that much of a fighting chance.
You know, maybe a bit of an outlandish take, but Onyx Ravens actually losing a few rounds towards the end of Ancient, that might actually be the exact kick they needed to still have their guard up on Anubis. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but, you know, just theorycrafting.
Yeah, I mean, every coin has two sides, and just as much as it can be a wake-up call for the GJ House side that is certainly winnable, the same for Onyx Ravens to understand that it is winnable for GJ Howe too. It's all about how you react. Well, that's useful.
I mean, that's still just one AK, and Fozy being as low as he is, it's definitely not going to convert into a round, but at the very least, it's not going to be too sad about getting some damage done and an AK in his back pocket, so.
Yeah, he's made $1,200. He's made $1,200, and he's taken a whole lot of money away from the Onyx Ravens just by him being so clean on these kills, but eventually able to save and get their hands back on that AK. The two high-value weapons for the Onyx Ravens on that buy, still retained. But it keeps them in check, and that extra 1,200, it goes a long way. Fozy gets his hands on an AWP, armor, and a flash. You know, he can already strike in while the iron's hot. You know, he looks clean on those fights, and if he can hit some nice fast shots on that AWP, he'll be uncontested at those distances.
We'll see whether or not Onyx Ravens are going to continue their domination, however. All the way from Ancient, carrying some momentum into Anubis, where they get the first couple of rounds. Yeah, like you said, Fozy, those distances could definitely be something he takes advantage of with that AWP.
It actually did seem he wanted to go for an aggressive A main line, but he's actually taken a more conservative route. I think because of some early utility that was thrown by the Onyx Ravens, they've gone for a stacked play, 2 players committed towards A main, and you know, this leaves middle as a bit of a compromised area. That's why you see GG Howe sort of gravitating back to try and re-clear it as 2, but during that timing, the Onyx Ravens are starting to set themselves up for a B-side split.
This is also some really solid defaulting by Pokemon, who's taken the liberty to chuck out a little bit of util, but he doesn't overextend, so he's still going to be able to linger on to his life. GG Howe, they have pretty much no information, but they do have 3 players readied up on the stack. And here it comes, Onyx Ravens. As soon as the smoke fades, the calm before the storm will subside, but never mind, there's still a smoke. I kind of forgot about that. In the meantime, though, Pokemon, ooh, he's starting to do some damage on A, and I think that might just be the opening they needed. They're cutting margins a little short, and GG Howe, they're not fully convinced just yet, but here it comes. Taiki in for the kills. He finds 2. Issa still trying to hold down the line by himself, but it's Fozy all alone with his AWP on the other side of the map, left irrelevant. Some really thin margins being cut by Onyx Ravens, but they're still able to get onto that site, Michael.
Yeah, really well handled. I mean, having a Molotov for the back of the bomb site like that, with GG Howe having that reinforced 3-man setup on B, if that Molotov's not there, the whole execute could effectively break down. So, I mean, it's really well built. Like you said, it does come down to those final few moments, but, I mean, shout out Pokemon as well. I mean, just running interference on the A bomb site, sure, it's kind of mistimed to a certain degree. Had he gotten that kill 1-2 seconds earlier before the smoke starts sailing over that B bomb site, you actually could have had players dislodged out of that triple B setup, but they knew that the execute was still coming their direction. They were still ready to fight, but just displaced by well-placed utility. So finding a little comfort in the last 20 seconds on the side of the Onyx Ravens, but GJ Howe had exhausted all their stalling utility. Very important kills by Taiki as well. 3 rounds straight for Onyx Ravens. I'm sure Fozy gets to hold onto his AWP, but unable to find impact from it in that first gun round. See if he can spark a bit of interest on this half investment that surrounds him. Nice peek in from bridge. Oscar just swiping on into it. There was no smoke down to the CT side, so it was a very risky move there from Fozy, but took the gamble and succeeds. 3-on-3, as it's a bit of a slaughter towards A main. The flash keeping Fozy at bay, and wow, a very fast reaction.
And the problem is this approach from Pokemon isn't all that convincing. It still means that GG How have 2 players ready and waiting on the B bomb site. Edrom and Osamas, they'll have to be particularly careful when they start clearing out these angles. Not sure if they'll anticipate a player into Ninja. Ooh, maybe barrel spotted, I'm not too sure. Edrom definitely still trying to be careful, and he is cognizant of the potential of somebody being a Ninja. Osamas jumps him, and that is a 2 versus 2 with one of the players being on an AWP out of all things. That certainly makes it a little awkward, Michael.
He'll begin a slow approach, though. They do need to get a move on. They don't have kits, and Mini should be that front man in. But he does ideally want to get his hands on a rifle if possible. The Onyx Ravens know that an AWP is still in play. They ain't going to take these fights. They're not going to try and challenge at distance. They know time is the biggest factor for them. But Mini smoking on where a plant could be, but it's not where the bomb actually is. And so they can't threaten the defuse. They can't even move to go and tap it. Mini just gets sent on his own mission, and Fozy sends it the other direction. He didn't want any of that smoke. 4 rounds, and not a foot wrong in that after plant either.
Onyx Ravens honestly just looking way more composed than GG How on all accounts. The fact that they've been able to be so consistent at confirming kills in the late round is just an ode to their confidence. And, you know, we were talking about how regional players might sort of spook themselves a little bit when they're playing against a lot more experienced players or players with grand value, but you can already see Onyx Ravens not being spooked by that at all. They've got the veterancy, they've got the experience, and they've got the local experience as well to boot. GG How still struggling to find a single round, and Onyx Ravens being on the terror side is just making this whole series so much more scary if you're a GG How fan.
Oh, what a great reaction there from Taiki. Slid himself into that position, heard that nade, and knew exactly what to expect. Mini starting slow once again here on Anubis, but Kerry able to make up for a little bit of lost ground. At least a trade in through those canals is maintained in a equal numbers bout. But there's still quite a lot of the map to play with, and one of the vulnerabilities for GG How, and one of the reasons that some of the setups have broken down, has been mid control. We do have Vital actually sitting in mid to try and keep some attention away from the potential of Fozy, who's probing into the side of A main. But Vital does need to come up with some performance here. 1 at the very minimum. 2 would be grand.
Oh, it's a bit botched in terms of the spray down, but that's okay. Still ends up being a 1-for-1. Fozy uncharacteristically misses a shot, but does make up for it. Time for round 2. He's successful. And it's just Oscar remaining that he needs to find, and Oscar quickly puts him out of commission. Quick tap on the bomb. Actually does go for the full commitment, anticipating maybe somebody might have already come in closer. Flash fails, and Issa will put him out of his misery. GG How, finally, the first round.
Yeah, I mean, with the fast shot he collected onto Fozy, sure, he knows where he is and all, but with how quickly he collected on that, I was a little worried for GG How that another Oscar 1v3 could have graced our screens. But this time with a rifle, a little bit harder to foresee. Nicely done. Fozy, I mean, exactly what you want out of an AWPer of his caliber. Got a Molotov down towards A main just as his teammate takes some contact in through mid. He knew that those players were going to try and converge on him via camera. And even though he missed that first shot, as soon as that Molotov faded, he knew to expect Pokey around the corner. First signs of life for GG How on the defense. And with how awkward some of these rounds have been for the Onyx Ravens, sure they have been converting on the string of rounds, but they've had heavy casualties. Pokemon subjected to a deagle. I don't know that Mini's going to go for that same HE blow of the smoke lineup that he's been doing inside of Dark. Not when Taiki punished him so heavily the last time.
Ooh, Oscar, good shot onto Mini. A big opportunity already being opened up for the side of Onyx Ravens. And with a minute on the clock, it's already starting to turn the cogs a little bit. Fozzy's AWP is in the right position, but he does have to hit his shots eventually. There's simply not a whole lot of util, however, and that is going to make it very hard to get onto the bomb site. Taiki does find the kill. Fozzy needs to go absolutely wild. A missed shot gives up his position. A quick sandwich being made. Issa, labored spray, doesn't convert more than one. And Vital will be left to his own devices with his MP9 in his hands. Attempt made, but also an attempt failed. Onyx Ravens, a 5th round.
Oh, that's awkward there for Fozzy. Missing his first shot and then unsure about which fight to face first. The Onyx Ravens wanted to quickly encroach on him from as many sides as they humanly could. And he just gets swarmed. Gets caught quick switching. Zoomed in, but didn't want to double zoom into the total unzoom. You know, the quick switch would have been faster, but also means that your gun is not ready to fire should you be pressed. Bit of a weird looking buy. Here are rifles for Issa and Fozzy, but Fozzy's still floating cash. Issa is not. Completely sidelined. I mean, Issa just gets blindsided and spammed through the edge of the wall. He doesn't even really get a chance to shoot back, and they're fighting kills like synchronized swimmers. It's far too quick and just not enough time for GG How to do much of a reaction.
We're seeing pretty much the same story as Ancient being painted now. Granted, a little bit better because GG How at least won a gun round. And I think the previous game, the first half, all they won was the pistol and the last round.
Yep.
So it's not too far of a storyline just yet. And it's really scary if you're in GG How's shoes. Like, this is much tougher opposition than VC, and it really shows.
In theory, the only thing worse than a 10-2 scoreline is an 11-1. And this time they don't have the fact that they won the pistol. They won their one gun round for the half.
Wow.
But they're doing a lot of damage even when saving weapons. I mean, honestly masterfully done from KRB. Just constant misdirection with the smoke that's down. Just blindsides 3 players effectively.
And that doesn't go entirely... That push from Onyx Ravens is like not unpunished in terms of economy. Like it might seem insignificant that KRB is getting kills when Onyx Ravens is going 6-1, but if you look at the reserve money that Onyx Ravens actually have, it's not anything to write home about.
Yeah, especially when we've got several more rounds to play in this half. You know, if GG How win this round, suddenly Onyx Ravens' money is reset. And a whole slew of opportunities open up when your opponents cannot invest in the appropriate weaponry. GG How can close that gap before it gets out of control. Had Onyx Ravens, hell, just let that rifle stay afloat and kept 4 themselves, they would have one more buy in the back pocket. That will not be present with them. This could be them seeing the repercussions of their own actions. It'll be a crying shame, I'm sure, for them. All foul to losing too many on a hunt. Nice Molotov, and the spam is decent as well. Michael dropped quite low to boost. Wow. Taiki caught a whiff, and Pokemon suspicious of that smoke, getting both kills inside of A main. This should be an instant save here from GG How. They have lost far too much territory on the A play. They started 2A, and that should have been enough to at least find equal exchanges, but now Osamis has crept to the B side smoke. There is a whole slew of vulnerabilities here for GG How, even in their potential save attempt. he
Onyx
clears the
Ravens are
beach.
just constantly running them over, man. It's so few points to be made when Onyx Ravens are just battering them down. Like, yeah, sure, there's some damage being done by GG Hao, and you know, at least they're trying to keep the economy honest. But when you're losing rounds, weapons, left, right, and center, like I don't think anybody going into this game, we knew that GG Hao could potentially be threatened by Onyx Ravens. But we didn't know to this degree, Michael.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You know, people will maybe look back at that scoreline and think 13-9. That's not too bad, but it was 12-2 at one point in that game. You know, if not for the fact that they were able to sort of compose themselves and, you know, I guess make a bit of a cosmetic comeback, that could have been a completely one-sided showing that would be very accurately reflected on how the game concluded.
The problem is that even if GG Hao end up, well, by the time GG Hao end up on that second half, there's a good chance that Onyx Ravens have built enough of a margin where GG Hao don't get to play enough gun rounds to really show their capability on the terrorist side.
I mean, you said that on Ancient as well.
Yeah.
And then they started playing gun rounds.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, replicating miracles? I don't know about that, Michael.
I don't believe in curses. I don't believe in witchcraft. But I have seen my fair share of call-outs that ended up just being wrong very quickly afterwards. Is that confirmation bias? You tell me. It probably is, actually. I actually do believe that is confirmation bias. Curses don't exist.
Well, obviously, we do commentate video games for a living, so we do have to believe in the make-believe.
Well, you're making a living. That's news to okay. I need to get in touch with my agent. One that I don't have. 7-1 though here for the Onyx Ravens. Once again, a very one-sided showing thus far. You need signs of life, something, anything, and that is not what they were hoping for. Issa floored by Taiki just creeping through that mid portion of the map. Took a lot of damage and he's finished off by Vital, but they're heavily pressured once again via middle. This has been a bit of a weak point, a bit of a pressure point for them. And this time, the Onyx Ravens are actually trying to make use of this space. They've been able to find entries very frequently, but they're not actually sort of creating opportunities from this spot. Ezram just close and waiting for the swing from Temple, and it's a very awkward adjustment there from KRB. Ezram just destroys both those quick rotating possibilities. Bomb is still outside the B bomb site, but GG Hao none the wiser. They have found it into a 2-on-2. As Oscar goes to retrieve that bomb, there's still a possibility that Mini could offer some defense.
Edram, not expected. And these are the types of rounds that Edram really thrives in. Like when he needs to put both hands on the steering wheel and take full control, he'll do exactly that. Shuts down the rotators, takes the liberty to go all the way around for the flank, and they have no idea what hit him. They kind of made it salvageable for a little bit, but not for too long. Fozy getting up a little bit closer. He knows he's got a kit, so maybe a slim chance potentially, perhaps. No, not when Edram is on the case.
Yeah, 4K. From my understanding, Ezram, in-game leader?
Yep.
That is how I would have classified him. And yeah, okay, I was just making sure I wasn't completely off base. But, I mean, such a great understanding of where he would get his fight and the sequence that it would be in. You know, to find KRB so close and then snap immediately to that player in camera who you had to be suspicious of if KRB wasn't going to be coming out clearing that angle. But really good presence of mind and orchestrates a fantastic finish once again for the Onyx Ravens. I need to see something different, and GG Hao do want to again go for this aggro A main setup. This time it's Vital and Issa, but Vital, he's pressured by quite a lot of utility the past few times they've done this.
And Onyx have been doing a really good job at defaulting over towards A, because GG Hao have never really felt too comfortable with the stacks. And when they have, they've still just been punished, like, just based on raw firepower. Not really sure what GG Hao is supposed to do at this point, other than the good old shoot back harder. And, you know, one of the things I talked about previously that, you know, Anubis could potentially be a problem area for Mini in general. That's starting to show here, Michael. He's got 1 kill to show for 10 rounds.
Yeah, very akin to the start we saw when we opened up the broadcast. So, not promising whatsoever. A little bit of a sound cue for Kirby to work off of. Knew Pokemon was close. A single singe taken to the feet, but it didn't help him on the fight. And they're still just keeping players at bay, even causing rotates. Vital looking to reinforce. It's only Issa that looks to defend the A-bomb site, but bomb not actually come in this direction either. 2 are probing B, 2 are probing A. It's all about the success of either party. Oscar finding his kill, and look at what it's done. It's pulled everyone over. GG How completely befuddled, confused. A bomb plant down, but they hear no beeping. It's on B.
If you're GG How, you're not going to know what happened until you look back at this game. They're feeling so lost right now, and other than maybe a few good kills coming from Fozy, maybe a couple shots from KRB, we're not really seeing much. And even KRB's frags, half of them are off the back of him saving.
Yep. Fozy, almost half of his kills, also on a round where they'd lose. You know, he went from pistol to SMG to AK. Or at least a third of his kills. I think maybe he only got a 3-piece in that. Either way, it's not a great look. You haven't seen those stars really shine in the rounds that matter. And I've seen a complete lack of inspiration. You know, we keep seeing these A-side setups that either get picked apart or find nothing. You know, B players have been static. Dark presence has been absent. These are some of the threats. Hell, B-side control. These are the threats that the CT sides have to offer up, and it feels like you have to be active. It's a T-sided map. You have to drive initiative. And Onyx Ravens are the ones that are dictating the total flow of this match. Okay, that is probably the least aware we've seen the Onyx Ravens so far. So that's a great capitalization there from Mini, overwhelming that player into 2000. Another one that was blissfully unaware that he was going to be swung. So just as Mini is called out for a lack of impact, 3 kills straight. He could even find Eshram as well, but he finishes off the job before it twists into a 4th.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't give him
Edram,
chances, guys.
he's the type of player to thrive in these situations, and he's gotten so much information. He gets the bomb, and they're trying to double peek through this tiny little window. I'm not sure if they realize that Edram is still behind this wall trying to peek out. That's the headshot, and that is so much damage, but Issa will at least net the round before they head into the next one. Last round remaining on the first half, and you know, this is one of those sandwiches, again, you were talking about, Michael, but maybe they've gotten a few tomatoes this time as well.
Yeah, this time they're not even the bread. There's something in between. They're a condiment of some kind. I can only hope that they get some slice of the loaf. The Onyx Ravens, it didn't matter how much money they lost. They had so much in reserve. But you see what all those extra kills does to the GG How economy. They're coming in with a suboptimal buy on everyone on M4s. Gozu with the responsibility of trying to hold down middle. Does have support behind him in Issa, but that's an upgrade that can be availed. And Mini showing up.
Yeah, Mini has had a decent chunk of impact in the past couple of rounds. We'll see if they can convert one more to at least give themselves some room to breathe in the next half, though. Pokemon, another kill. That is the A side up for grabs, and he's going to chuck out some utility, but there's not going to be the full commitment. It's Oscar's responsibility to get that bomb, and he might just have found the timing, Michael, because I don't think the audio cue was clear enough for him to be able to, for Mini to be able to find him. And by the time he starts coming through towards A, Mini is not going to be ready for it. Pokemon, we'll see whether or not Mini can thread the needle in terms of timings. Oscar coming in from the back lines. Mini gives up the audio cue, and Oscar finds him in the back. It's a little messy overall, but with 20 seconds to go, they're still expecting maybe Oscar can go back to the B bomb site, but no. A flashbang to try and impede his progression into the A site. A smoke to allow himself some mobility. He's looking for the duels by himself, but GG How will at the very least extend play by giving themselves a tiny bit of margin. We'll be right back after a short break before we continue with the second half.
When you hide your feels from me, why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow, and I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of
10-2. It wasn't great on Ancient, but 9-3, it's a little bit better. But moving into this T-side, we need to see some great work from GG How when it comes to answering back on this Anubis. It's once again been a great performance from the Onyx Ravens. They come in as maybe underdogs, maybe unrightfully so, because they have looked like favorites this entire series. And they're just going to barrel straight in. GG How just going straight for an A-side attack, and Fosi with an immediate double kill should secure a plant.
That's honestly so important, not only just for the rounds, but for the confidence of GG How. Coming out swinging on the pistol round of the terrorist side. Now, they will have the comfort of playing the advantageous side now that they are in the second half. But they still need a lot of work on their plate. Osama's great shot from him. And if Pokemon could just close that duel, then we could maybe see a 3-on-3. But no, chances looking slim. Edgeron missing quite a few shots. Fosi finds the back of Osama's head, and Issa will compare in kind. 9-4. This is where GG How's climb back towards map number 3 begins, or do Onyx Ravens stop it? We'll see.
Yeah, a very confident start for GG How. They just go with a very simple execute, just running in, and immediately catching those Onyx Ravens trying to cheat past those smokes. Hell, even running back into them to a certain degree probably didn't help on some of those fights, but that minor indecision, GG How were a very one-track mind. They weren't going to be deterred. There needs to be a substantial amount of utility or just kills found on that initial defense, and neither were found. Onyx Ravens going with a full USP save. GG How mid-control into an A-take. It is completely vacant. The Onyx Ravens stacked and hopes to overwhelm only for them to get funneled straight into an Issa spray down. 4 clean kills, and he has backup coming, but Issa doesn't need any help. It's a full ace versus the USPs. Issa cleaning, and cleaning well.
Now, I don't think Onyx Ravens are too sad about getting aced by Issa, because that does mean that that is the lowest amount of kill bonus they can give, as opposed to dying to the Mac 10s.
They could have died to 5 Zeuses or 5 CZs.
No, as opposed. I mean, for the weapons that were actually present on the other team. I think it's technically all just fallen off the map or something. I don't know. Oh, Samas does get a little proactive in trying to take middle, and he gets punished for it. It's still pretty even Steven, however, especially with Fozy losing the amount of HP that he has. Onyx Ravens, now their positions are quite unknown to GG How, who are going to try and reroute their efforts all the way back to maybe B, I would like to say, based on where Vital's heading to. But the round is still young. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. We've already seen so much damage.
Yeah, it's all about understanding the timing here for GG How as well. That smoke fading inside of Temple allows them to re-clear mid, so Onyx Ravens are going to be somewhat aware of the fact that this could be a B-side finish. A main is clear, and they hear all the utilities sailing out on this B bomb site. But they're going to hope that Ezram can find a timing, sliding in from middle, hoping to pressure in from behind, and should he win this kill over Vital, who just deploys utility, Ezram should be very conscious of the fact that Vital is responsible for holding off this flank, and he wins his duel, but they've lost Pokemon on the front-facing end of this retake. And so these players are completely sectioned off from one another. There's very little chance that they can link up. And GG How are going to try and force the duels either which way they went. Onyx Ravens tap out. Okay.
Okay, did we just download Call of Duty Global Offensive? That's so funny to watch.
Well, they still saved the M4, so that's good news, I suppose.
You know, with a couple of rounds towards the end of the first half, and then also winning the pistol, it's suddenly much more palatable for GG How, and they also get to pressure Onyx Ravens in terms of the money. So this game is far from over, Michael, and I'm honestly expecting much more potent firepower coming out from GG How now that we've headed into the terrorist side. I think the CT side is still pretty awkward for teams, and it gets even more awkward when you're considering that oftentimes these teams are sort of a mixed bag, substitutes and this and that. I think Anubis really thrives on teams where they've gotten enough tenure together. Especially
even though they don't. Yeah, even though they don't strike the sort of ideal minimum, you know, you're expecting maybe 5 rounds at least on a CT effort. But you can still make rounds like this quite competitive. Oscar with his saved M4, and Osama's hitting a deep shot. Has thinned the herd quite substantially, but Mini clambers back. And it's not exactly a clean battle for either involved. KRB dodging bullets left and right, and Pokemon tanking them straight to the head. But took some time, and so Onyx Ravens have both players in location to defend.
Oscar, he's got to try and bait. That is good work being done by Osama's as well. 1 for 1, as Issa has to try and make sure that Onyx Ravens aren't going to extend their lead any further. Very important round for either side. And Issa, he's playing it safe. Oscar swings into him, avoids the bullet, and yields a headshot in return. Double digits for Onyx Ravens, and man, that was so important for GG How to convert.
Yeah, and listen, you know, Pokemon may not have won his duel. He may have struggled to even land a shot. But the fact that he was able to give an early signal for those players to start gravitating over towards A, they get into a solid setup, they play bait, you know, Osama being that first player to take contact and winning his fight importantly as well, it just kind of teed Oscar up for success. Sure, it comes down to sort of a raw 1v1 at the end, but Oscar had the time. Issa at some point would have been pressured to plant, and he wanted to try and deal with him while he still had info. Those are the types of rounds that can certainly swing things back into your favor. Onyx Ravens, aggressive in B main, and Vital would have heard their progression, but they go out immediately pre-firing, but he's looking at low. Vital clearing things out. Issa had his up high. So that little 1-2 combo clearing out the B presence. Onyx Ravens seemingly floored.
Oscar's actually done some good work here, however. And that could bring things back into close contention, especially with Vital being as low as he is.
The nade.
How does Vital only take 1 point of health?
I think he got around the other side of the box, and the box
What? That's so
protected
weird. It
him.
exploded right next to him.
I know. I thought that would do way more.
I remember Maui shared this one tweet where it went something like, CS doesn't try to be realistic. It just, the rules justify themselves similar, like in the same way as chess. And yeah, that was one of those moments.
Yeah, that was a very disappointing HE.
Hmm.
Could have brought them into 3-on-3, and they could have contended for this round, but they pulled 3 to B, and it'll be 3 that hope to carry weapons into the next round as well. They're just vacuuming up as much as they can. All the weapons, kits, and utility, but GG How would walk into a vacant bomb site and convert. Even though the Onyx Ravens stole a round from the Jaws of Defeat via Oscar, this time there is no such heroics, no such success. They get destroyed on their aggressive opener, which I guess is, you know, it's kind of circular. Onyx Ravens were constantly dismantling the aggressive A setups that GG How went for. So I guess it's all fair. They can't go for aggressive A picks, you can't go for aggressive B picks.
We might see a timeout from Onyx Ravens. I think I just heard a tick in the chat. Never mind. I think I'm giving too much credit to the ticks in the chat.
Yeah, I think so. You're reading into it. Maybe people are just giving each other smiley faces.
Good old NS. You ready for GG after you get headshotted? Who knows? Still a 3-round margin for Onyx Ravens, however. But GG How, they're slowly inching back into the game. I really like the perseverance that GG How have been able to demonstrate. They did it on Ancient, even though they ended up losing. And they're doing it once more on Anubis, unfazed by what Onyx Ravens are going to throw at him. Taiki, that shotgun is what I really want to see come out on top, though. I'm always going to have a bias for these funky weapons.
Fun. And, well, Taiki's having a whole load of fun. That shotgun does find his kill, and it's isolated onto Mini. There's a gun that can be retrieved in the canals, but he's too wary to make the venture. He'll maintain his shotgun in a solid place to hold a shotgun. Could Issa meet the same fate?
A second lamb to the meat grinder, maybe? Oh. Yeah, no, he's got to swing out courtesy of the Molotov. It's a very well-placed Molotov as well that spreads all the way around the stairs. Oscar. Ooh, Osama's has been punished, though, in the back lines, and Oscar was supposed to hold down the angle, but him pulling out the util, that might just get him pressured. 3 versus 3, and he doesn't get sightline onto the players crossing into the bomb site. Edrom misspray means that Pokemon and Oscar will be left all alone. Pokemon's doing a good job at whittling them down, but Oscar still needs to find 2 if he wants to try and get it done. Tries to find the little corner, and I think Oscar's already thinking about going for the save. No. This is suddenly doable. Michael, all it takes is one shot from the Deagle, and this could be another round for Onyx Ravens. AK brought out, but to no avail. KRB will keep them in the game and let them keep fighting. Only a 2-round deficit now.
Yeah, an important clutch there from KRB. You know, it seems like it doesn't have to be the cleanest nor the crispest, but good reposition, doesn't just hide himself within dark, doesn't let Oscar get set up, who had forced it into that one-on-one in the first place. But I think a pretty big misstep from Osama's in that position. Had information on a whole myriad of players, and those players were Molotoved off inside of dark, and he tried to flank them. When that Molotov's down, there's only so much that they can look at. It's going to take their attention away from fighting forward. They can start to look at behind. Osama's fell right into that trap. Had that extra player been alive, it could be a whole different story. Like you said, JJ Howe closing in on that gap, only a 2-round deficit now. Came into this half trailing 3-9. Man, this could be a massive pressure point for this particular map. Win here at Onyx Ravens would be reset on their money. GG Howe could be tied right up. Much more committed effort over towards the A side of things. Off angle from Pokey, though, that strikes them, and they get completely caught off. But Vital answers back with 2 immediate kills through middle, so there's no quick support here for Pokemon. In fact, they're not even going to continue pressuring that A side of the map, expecting that there will be an over-rotation from the B defenders. But they start to gravitate back to their bomb sites. Taiki shooting ghosts, but anticipating what's coming his way. A flash that's down, KRB pressuring, but Taiki, all he has to do is keep him busy, but gets hounded down.
Oscar, a missed shot means that entry into the bomb site is now guaranteed. And you know, Pokey had some really good efforts towards the A bomb site, but what can you do all alone there? Every other duel being lost out. An AK recovered, but things are not going to be looking easy for Onyx Ravens from here on out. They're on the disadvantageous side. Their money's going to be falling apart. GG Howe. This isn't the comeback anymore. This is about as even-Steven as it can get. And you have to consider that Onyx Ravens also won a round that they basically weren't supposed to. They did it on a round where they had a forced buy, some pistols just being thrown into the mix. I think maybe there was 1 rifle in there when they got to the 10th, but they haven't been allowed to transgress beyond that point. Now, thankfully for Pokemon, they are going to walk past him and not check. Go into CT instead of the A bomb site. A singular round in terms of margin. But Onyx Ravens, they know that they're starting to feel the heat a little bit. Tactical timeout now finally used.
I mean, as of right now, I mean, if we compare the mid-round aggression and just being able to read what the potential playmaking opportunities are for their opponent, this is night and day. I mean, Onyx Ravens have not been able to make the right reactions. They've been caught out very frequently. It's GG Howe that have had a player serving as contingency, either on lurking duties and finding multi-kills, or simply being able to address some of the openers that the Onyx Ravens have gone for. You know, they have not come out ahead in the opening duels very frequently when Onyx have gone onto the CT side. It's GG Howe that are commanding a lot of the flow of combat, even though they're taking a much more slow approach. I don't think they're challenging as heavy. They are waiting for some of these moves for Onyx. And right now the Ravens are getting caught in the cage. Signs here for the Onyx Ravens, who had such an advantage coming out of their T side, but you know Anubis can be T side. It's all about whether or not you can muster together some strong efforts. And that's a good clear from Pokey. They blow the smoke, flash to accompany it, and they find an advantage. That is a weapon that can be recovered, but Pokey isn't satisfied with just his one. He sits inside of that smoke. We need to take more fights. Good soundbait. But they don't bite.
Now, I'm not sure if they're going to anticipate Osama's here, but even if they didn't, Osama's has given up the information now. Spotted.
Oh.
But this is where his rifle is going to be tested. He's got another victim coming his way. Spots the head, immediate headshot, and he's waiting. He is mowing them down one by one. Osama's turning up the heat when he's needed. Kirby will be trying to bounce back into this, but with 25 seconds on the clock, they have been ripped to shreds by Osama's, and he'll even get the cherry on top with the 4th. 11th round for Onyx off the back of this. That is nuts.
That is disgusting. I mean, he gets spotted. They know he's there. They're pre-firing the angle, and he just hits some absolute rippers. So fast to react, so fast to collect on each and every headshot. Fozy even trying to slow peek into that AWP where, to be honest, Fozy kind of has the advantage there, and still somehow Osama's bails himself out. That is mad. I thought Pokey was going to be the hero, but Osama's with that recovered AK courtesy of Pokey's opener just sends them in for another round. It's starting to look like doom and gloom. A certainty of a tie scoreline. But they keep that distance at 2. Now this is the trying round for GG Hao. Their money is not built up in heavy reserve. They lose this. That could be the entire game, should they rely on a lackluster buy to keep them in it. Middle is vacant. And GG Hao are going to wander into that fact, but the AWP of Oscar holding that tight line on the AWP, and Pokey, a smoke that can be deployed, but he's made a step. And he doesn't feel comfortable knowing that that information could be handled by GG Hao. It's all on Oscar. Flash is good though.
Pokemon, good hold with the first kill. Oscar, though, he's got some really tight shots to hit. He manages to find the player in his back. And all the damage has already been done unless Fozy can do something about it. GG Hao falling apart. But 21 points of health. Rather 53 for Fozy as he gets ready to potentially perform in this 1-on-2. Yeah, he spotted them both. He spotted them both off the back of a pixel angle. And he should have no trouble getting this bomb down. So much time being wasted for Onyx Ravens. And it seems like a miracle has been sent from the gods as Fozy finds himself next to an AWP. He's got a couple shots to hit. He's already found the first. See if he can get anything done. No, 2 angles to find as they try and exploit the verticality of things. Molotov that he's got to try and push through, but the AWP, one more chance given to him as he eventually has to back off. They do delay the defuse a little bit, but they have a kit, and this should be no problem. Onyx Ravens, man, they have gotten GG Hao's number.
Ah, that is such a shame for Fozy. He masterminds himself into a winning position, but he needed to land one of those shots. He had an opportunity. There are players jumping around the corner, blissfully unaware about whether or not he's going to be facing into them or just nestling inside of A main. But he had to hit that flick. That may have been the most important shot that he would have had to convert on this entire series. Because sure, they have an AWP, and the fact they got the plant actually saves their buy quite substantially here on the GG Hao side. But that is not comfortable. They're not pleased. And they don't set up for the map control that's been far more spread in prior rounds. They start all B, and a head offered up just over the top of that smoke. Vital didn't know what hit him.
You can see that this is the last hurrah from them, but Onyx Ravens, they are winning out their duels. Issa and Fozy, last couple of signs of desperation before Onyx Ravens can potentially inch over to that finish line. Fozy, he's seen the situation before, and it didn't go his way last time. Player's waiting on his angle. He is still trying to get a spray going, but to no avail. Pokemon getting ready to shut him down, and that is too quick. I would like to say quick, but good recoveries from Onyx Ravens to eventually close both games out.
Yeah, I mean, some substantial leads for Onyx Ravens on both maps, but in that second half for both Ancient and Anubis, we start to see more signs of life from GG Hao. We start to see some of those stars get activated. We saw multi-kills come out from them. We see what potential holds here for GG How, but slow up the gate in both regards. Onyx Ravens never let up of that pace until we ended up in that second half where, you know, it almost felt like they got struck with a little bit of comfort, you know? They were sitting back thinking, oh, we did such a great job in that first half. And then when it starts to get pressed, they finally convert. Honestly, a great showing from Onyx Ravens all day. I mean, 2-0 in both their games. And sure, this one was quite close in some respects. But they definitely had both the firepower and the clutch factor that I think some of the teams in this close qualifier are sometimes seemingly lacking in some respects. Onyx Ravens are probably the strongest in that very way.
Yeah, GG How previously, they had faced up against teams where they could eventually clutch out against, right? You would often see Caribbean in these clutches, you would see Fozy in those clutches, and they would win them out more often than not. But when they're up against a team like Onyx Ravens, who have players who are willing to disrespect you and take that extra space, you're going to have a hard time. And especially if you look over towards somebody like Osama's, you saw how he turned that game around in the second half. When he was on the CT side, he just taps them one by one as they're trying to pre-fire into an angle that they know he is in. And that is the kind of individual play that eventually leads Onyx Ravens into the grand finals. Now, of course, over towards the lower brackets, VC has already beaten out No Chance, and that means that the lower bracket final for a chance at a rematch against Onyx Ravens would be either GG How or VC Esports.
It also means that in terms of the trial of combat, I mean, every game ends up 2-0. You know, a full day of 2-0s. And listen, I mean, with the teams that we have remaining, sure, No Chance is gone, and you know, I guess consolations go out to them to a certain degree. But in terms of the three teams that we have remaining, all of them have the potential to make it into that grand final in this close qualifier. We're still trying to find out who our local heroes will be at the Esports World Cup, but I mean, I think I'd be satisfied with any of the three so far. I've been weirdly impressed with what VC could offer. I think some extra layers would be nice. But the Onyx Ravens have those layers. They have the firepower. GG How, this is not their full squad. They are playing with stand-ins or trials. Who's to say what the actual circumstances are? Only the players themselves would know. But I think we've got a baseline that is strong enough that any of the contenders would be great to have, not only in that grand final, but even make it to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, grand finals, honestly, they're going to be looking super stacked. It's either GG How or VC Esports against Onyx Ravens, and honestly, man, it would be so fun to see the rematch, or even VC Esports, because remember, when we saw that GG How versus VC match, they were close enough where we were like, hey, by the time Onyx Ravens comes around, we're kind of going to use them as a yardstick to see what team was better, but potential at the rematch, maybe VC get to show what their metal's made of in the final game. Who knows, Michael? I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited as well to figure out how we close things out for the Esports World Cup, but we're going to have to wait a day or two to actually figure that out. Yeah, we're actually going to be finishing things up on the 20th of April, so we are on the 18th now, so we'll see you on Saturday to find out the conclusion of who actually makes it to the Esports World Cup. It'll be a hell of a game, a hell of a day, because we're having the potential for even 2 rematches in this close qualifier, so you won't want to miss it. For now, that's me, Yumi, and my co-caster and co-analyst in Wildady. Thank you for joining me for today, but we'll see you guys in a couple of days to figure out who our local heroes will be at the Esports World Cup.
Somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you